Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome from the Creative Arts Academy. We are here again with another episode of Arts Alive series that we started in April. This is the episode 5, and we have two wonderful theatre practitioners from two different places. We have Chandra Dasan ji, who is joining us from Kochi, Kerala, and we have Lissa Tyler Renaud joining us from San Francisco, USA. Let me share once again what Arts Alive series is all about. It's an initiative launched by the Creative Arts to map the journey of the creators and the curators in times when mobility and gathering of people in one space has become subject to menace. What do we do? I remember Chandra Dasan ji telling me a few months ago that they are going back on the floor. And then again, lockdowns were announced once again. I remember Lissa telling me that, there were fires in California yesterday. So we are facing one situation after another, and we are locked down further and further within our houses. What happens when we are locked down? Through this project, we propose to question the ways in which the arts community would adapt the indefinite new normal. This global health crisis has resulted in significant decrease in creative production and has made everyone reflect on restructuring methods of creating a performance, observing a performance, and also looking for funds for these performances. It focuses on mapping the journey of arts, artists, art practices, and its impact on the community to observe and understand the pathways to recovery through arts. Arts Alive emphasizes on the vitality to engage in dialogue with art practitioners from all over the world and record their journeys as a retrospective point for contemporary and future artists. So a warm welcome to both the artists. We're very happy to have you here with us. Welcome Chandra Dasan ji. Welcome Lissa. I will take this moment to introduce Chandra Dasan ji and Lissa formally. Chandra Dasan ji is the founder and artistic director of Lokadharmi Center for Theatre, Kochi. He's a designer, director, dramaturg, actor, writer, and translator. He has designed and directed more than 50 plays that include adaptations of the classics, both Western and Indian, Shakespeare, contemporary plays, improvised and devised productions, poetry and short story performances, comedies, and children's plays in many languages, be it Malayalam, Kannada, Finnish, Hindi, Lithuanian, Tamil, Sanskrit, and English. He visited United States of America, Finland, Lithuania, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Greece to direct plays, conduct workshops, participate in seminars, conduct research, and perform in festivals. He is also an academic who has been the guest faculty in various universities and institutes, including National School of Drama, New Delhi, and Bangalore, Rangayan, Mysore, and many others. He won several awards, to name a few. The Kerala State Sangeeta Natak Academy Award for his contribution to theatre in 2004, the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Award for Best Play in 2008, and I remember that very well. I think that was the year I was on the jury. Recipient of the Fulbright Nehru Fellowship for Professional and Academic Excellence 2014. So here we have him with us, and he's going to share his journey tonight with all of us out here. Lissa Tyler Renaud. Lissa, Masters in Fine Arts, Directing. PhD Theatre, History and Criticism, summa cum laude, UC Berkeley, founder director, Oakland's influential inter-arts training for the actor scholar, a wonderful initiative that she runs in USA. She's a lifelong actress, director, dramaturg, and she's a well sought after recitalist. As visiting professor, master, teacher, and speaker, Renaud has taught, lectured, and published widely on acting, directing, voice, theater criticism, and the early European avant garde throughout the US, and also at major theater institutions of Asia and in England, Mexico, Russia, and Sweden. Awards include Ford Foundation and National Science Council grants. She has many books to her credits, and they include The Politics of American Actor Training, Rutledge, and an invited chapter in the Rutledge Companion to Stanislavski. Writer and theater critic for Scene for International Arts and Culture magazine, editor Kandinsky Anew theater series. Member International Association of Theater Critics, founding editor of English of its French English journal, Critical Stages. Now she is a critic and board member. Editor of Wuzhen Theatre Festival, China. Editor, Selected Plays of Stan Lai, 3 volumes. It's forthcoming through University of Michigan Press. A very warm welcome, Lissa. And if last night was a prelude to what we are going to witness here today, I must tell my audience that we are in for a treat. Last night was not only thought-provoking, it was our pre-session meeting among all of us. It was also a laugh riot that we had. So over to both of you to take your conversation forward. And we are here, Abanti and I, Abanti Banerjee, who is our program officer. Behind the screen, you can call us out at any point of time. And I would tell our audiences, you're welcome to post your comments and questions on Facebook. We will bring them live while they are still in session, and they would be very happy to answer all your questions. Over to you, Chandraji. Lissa, enjoy the conversation.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So,
good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying up so late.
Yeah. So how to start? I think, Lissa, you can start. Yes.
So the first thing I wanted to acknowledge is that you recently completed your PhD in theater, and my warmest congratulations. It's really just terrific. But could you tell me a little bit more about it? What was the process? Because here every topic has its own trajectory to the PhD. When you have your written exams, when do you have your oral exams, when do you write the dissertation? Yeah, and what was your topic? I don't know. You've been doing all this in secret.
Yeah, Lissa, it's not a secret. The thing is that, no, I have not studied theater in any academic formal institutes or universities. What I studied in my life means I studied it, but what I studied academically is chemistry.
Yeah.
I'm a postgraduate, means a master's in analytical chemistry, and I was teaching chemistry for some 32 years in a college, and I got my bread from there.
Yeah.
So that was a passion, and I was watching theater from the 75, 76, participating in it, reading about it, and practicing it. I have my own company, etc. But many years before, at least some 20 years before, one of the universities, one of the important universities in Kerala, Mahatma Gandhi University, was started, and they have a school of letters where they initiated a research program on finance, including theatre. And the then director of the university was Professor Narendra Prasad. He himself is a playwright, one of the very important avant-garde directors of Malayalam, a critic, and later he becomes a star in the film industry. So he was a wonderful teacher. So when they started a research program, he told me that, no, we have started a research program. Then I said, who will be the students there? Then he said, you will be one of them. And I said, no, I studied chemistry and I cannot. Who said you cannot do it? I will send you the application form, fill it up and send me a synopsis. So I sent it, and there was all formalities are there, like an interview committee, experts of people you have to define your subject, topic, etc. So I did that. And then finally, Prasad said to the board, see, you have had his synopsis and you have questioned him for some half an hour or more. Now you can decide one thing. There's a problem, technical problem, is that no, he is not a postgraduate of theatre or literature or arts. He is a person from the science faculty. If you're convinced about his credentials, you can give a special recommendation to the university that this person should be allowed to do the research. And the university allowed it, and I started my career there. But in the research there, I started reading very seriously about that. Actually, it made me read a lot on the theoretical aspects of the history, aesthetics, and all those things we are doing about. But in between, Prasad was very busy in films. He got films after films and films, and he left the job and went into the films. And so that was blocked. So it was partly done, half done. I blocked. Then some 10 years before, Kalamandalam, the very famous art institute where we teach classical theatre, including Kathakali, Kudiyattam, etc., started in 1930s. That becomes a university. Till then, it was not a university. It was an institute, an art institute. So it got a university, and then the then vice chancellor is Dr. K.G. Paulos, who was there with you in the meeting, sitting left to you, and he was the chairman of Logatharmi also. He is a very important scholar in Kudiyattam, Sanskrit theatre, Natya Shastra, aesthetics, literature, etc. And then he asked me, why not you complete that PhD which you have not done? And I said, okay. And he said, do it in Kalamandalam. You have started it. And then I was again put my synopsis redefined, and I was doing it. But I was doing it along with writing it, then leaving it, then writing it, then leaving it. And last year, it was almost 10 years, and I was not submitting. I have given my preliminary thesis. I have completed that other formalities, but I didn't give that final dissertation. So finally, the university sent me a letter, no, you are not been submitting it, or submit it, or we will cancel it. Then I asked them, 6 months more time, I will give it. Then the university will give you 1 year, do it. And they got it. And then this lockdown came in. So what happened to me till then is that, I used to sit down and start something, and you get a rehearsal or a production or a travel, you drop it and then go back it. So you leave it then. So once I get a chance to do a play or travel, then that's the priority, not writing, sitting and writing. Right. So, but the last year, the COVID made me sit in my room. So the one thing I could do is to sit down and complete it, and I did it. And you asked about the subject. It's basically on my own work. Actually, when I was submitting my synopsis, I was trying to find out the influences that are happening on the practice of contemporary Indian theatre, because contemporary Indian theatre is going through so many influences. There is Western influences coming from Stanislavski, Brecht, Litovsky, all the new schools coming in. And then there's Natya Shastra, the classical theatre tradition of India, being relooked into. Then there's a rich folk tradition comes in, folk tradition of all these things. So I can say that the contemporary Indian theatre is a kind of mix or multiple influences operating on that. So I was taking 2 or 3 important directors, including Habib Tanvir, who is my favorite director, and Kavalam Naranapanikar, and trying to analyze what are the influences as the case study. Then I was sending it. One of the persons in the board of experts asked me, "You are doing a lot of productions. Why do you go for the production of other people? Why don't you take your own work and study it?" So it came that way. So it's actually, the thesis is a study on the influences of me, or how my theatre evolved various multiple influences. But I was taking only 2 aspects of my productions. Means the thing, one is the acting part of it, and the second one is the dealing of the space. So I just coined the title as Spacing the Actor. Spacing the actor, it's space and the actor, the approaches towards acting, dealing with the space, the technical other things do not come in. So it's about contemporary theatre practice and its influences on the acting part of it and the dealing of the space, coming from the West, from Aristotle to the Western theatre and the Oriental theatre. Then discusses about the Natya Shastra tradition and the folk tradition. Those directors was influenced the contemporary directors, like from Stanislavski to Brecht to Litovsky, all those people who have some larger influence on Indian theatre, and all the theatre I was seeing and how my theatre is influenced. That's the kind of work. It's a kind of retrospection of my own work using these kind of things. So that's a secret.
Yeah, I just meant you weren't talking a lot publicly about the preparation for all of this was the secret, but yes, and then suddenly your beautiful PhD announcement, that was just terrific. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there are some things that I'd like to say about that, but I wonder for your audience if it makes sense for us to explain how we know each other. And I'd like to return to what you just said, but maybe we should tell everybody how we know each other. Actually, yesterday when we had our dress rehearsal, we were seeing each other face to face for the first time in, what is it, 5-6 years? So, and we were remembering that we had first met in the 1990s on the internet. I mean, it was it was a discussion group, an early incarnation of the discussion groups that we have now. So that was called Acting Pro. And it was a lot of very passionate people talking about acting, and we found each other there, right? So that was our first introduction, was Acting Pro. And how did you find that group?
Yeah, I'll tell the audience who are hearing us that me and Lissa are very very long friends. As she said, we met in the cyberspace, not in the real space in the beginning. It's in 90s when the internet is just becoming
Right.
spread, and certain discussion groups, international discussion groups, where people will be discussing about this and that and that. And there are some groups on theater also. So when I was searching, I found this Acting Pro. There's a group named Acting Pro. I just logged in and found that the discussions that are happening there was very serious. And there are some regular people who have been putting questions and answers, discussing, deliberating, sharing experiences, and it's happening. And one thing is that the post will be remaining there. You can go back and see, read it anytime, and you can post your comment. So the comments are there, and I remember one of the most important discussions that is happening in that group, and maybe one thing which stuck me to the group is a detailed analysis of Stanislavski. Stanislavski has been read by different people, interpreted by different people, and just like people say, this is Stanislavski. No, this is Stanislavski. No, that is Stanislavski. So it's just like a story where there's a story in Malayalam. I don't know whether you have it in English. 5 blind people went to see an elephant.
Right.
So one of them went and touched the leg. The other fellow touched the tusk. Then the third person on the tail, and then they started saying, "So this Stanislavski is this leg." Then somebody said Stanislavski is this that. So it's that kind of atmosphere. I could see a lot of voices coming from different parts of the world, including Russia and Europe and America, and people very seriously discussing about it. And it was a time when I started the research in Marmara University, and I was reading Stanislavski in the beginning and was so convinced by Stanislavski. So I was just taken away by Stanislavski. Then this group was so helpful. And I found certain people who are repeatedly coming and interesting. And one of them is you, the other was Arthur, whom I didn't meet him after that. That group was very active for 2 or 3 years, I think. Yes, for 2 or 3 years we have been regulars there. Then there's a Greek person, a poet from Greece.
I don't remember.
She was also there, and she actually was instrumental of getting our group to Greece to perform there. I shouldn't forget her.
God, I had completely forgotten that. Yeah, that's amazing.
I remember. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in contact even now. You just slipped it off. So one thing I noticed about you is that you were speaking about Stanislavski at one time. You're going on with Stanislavski, then suddenly you put in Kandinsky inside. You're explaining Kandinsky and his paintings and his work and his theater, along with Stanislavski, which was a little curious thing inside my mind. How come this Stanislavski being studied along with Kandinsky, and you are a specialist of Kandinsky and this avant-garde kind of painting, and then later I found out you did your research and studies and practice in that. And one thing which I just found is that you are so fond of fine arts, painting, and all those things, and you try to do that. I'm also the person who loves a lot of painting and uses a lot of painting, real paintings in my work. Many of my plays uses paintings not just as images, but even to tell stories. Even in my last play of Shakuntalam, because a lot of paintings, even on the floor, on the thing, the real painting. So a lot of paintings. I use paintings a lot. So that's one thing I was interested in. So I think you can now explain me back about these two poles of Kandinsky and Stanislavski, and how you blend it, and a little about your research, and how do you relate these two. So that will be interesting.
Well, first I'm thinking maybe we can say just introduce Kandinsky because maybe everybody doesn't know him. So this is Vasily Kandinsky, the painter. He's generally known as the creator of abstract painting. And he was born in 1866. He died in 1944. And that's interesting also because there were a lot of parallels between his life and Stanislavski's. They were both born in Russia, lived basically the same years. Stanislavski was born in 1863 and died in 1938. So they saw a lot of the same things and the same changes. And Stanislavski, of course, was tremendously interested in the fine arts, right? And he was a wonderful and serious designer. I mean, when we're looking at the pictures of his productions, he did have a designer that he worked with, but a lot of what we're seeing is simply his own designs. He was very visually oriented. And Kandinsky, as a painter, was very interested and oriented towards the theater. So I guess in a way that goes back really to the beginning of my my thinking about the theater. You know, I think in some ways, I think it makes sense to say that everything here here now is very open to new thinking. I mean, it's no small matter that we here have been in our houses. Yesterday I said 15 months, but I think it's even more than that. And I think, so after we spent a couple of hours talking yesterday, for the rest of the day, I was thinking about how strange everything is now and how it's like we've taken all our thoughts and put them in a hat and mixed them all up and just thrown them up in the air. And thinking about that, I was thinking, over the long journey of my work, how difficult it has been to think my own thoughts or feel my own thoughts. It's exactly what you just said, that somebody asked you, why are you talking about all these other people? Why don't you just talk about your own work? Yeah, that's exactly, I think I went through a similar trajectory because we grew up a certain way with certain cultural coordinates that we had to learn. And a lot of that was European. You know, we were raised European. We were not raised American. We were not raised Californian or Bay Area. We were raised European. And there were, as you're saying, all of these big names of people we were supposed to learn and we were supposed to admire. We were supposed to follow and teach. And we had, in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, we had a parade of people who were very well known, you know, big names coming and teaching and directing. And I found it quite difficult to feel my own feeling that I wasn't very interested in what they did. It was just so much energy to learn them, to know them, to learn their vocabularies, to feel that I was part of a certain flow of cultural, theatrical development. But I wasn't really that interested. And when people were talking about Stanislavski, I thought it sounded ridiculous. Stanislavski couldn't possibly be that person. How could he? How could he? He was a theater person. He wasn't, I don't know. It just seemed to me that the emphasis was completely wrong. And from that, I would say where I found my home for my thinking was in Kandinsky. And I want to be clear that it's not only, Kandinsky spent decades working out his own ideas about the theater, what it could be, what is an abstract theater? I mean, especially if we're in a kind of pretend Stanislavski world where everything is about relationships and psychological and something. For me, it was such a relief to find somebody who wasn't talking about that. But the point I want to make is that it wasn't only his theater ideas that I was interested in. It was the way that he taught painting, and that changed my life. That changed my life. How do you, and that's when I started getting interested in teaching, was to see the clarity of the plan he had for creating in young people, in serious people, a balance between intuition and structure. How to feel a structure, how to feel form, how to feel a form that develops or unfolds, or it's just so elegant, the way he does it. For example, one thing that really surprised me was some of his early semesters for his students are devoted to creating, understanding complexity. So you're not doing something that's trite, superficial, something that there's complexity. But after that, the most advanced stages are simplicity. Now that you have your complexity, how do you create the simplicity? So anyway, his programs for teaching they're all interdisciplinary. They're all for everybody. Everybody should study together. All artists should study together. Poets and architects and musicians and scientists and everybody should all be studying together. It was just completely new for me. And when everybody else was finding, I don't know, Grotowski and Suzuki and all these people new, for me, Kandinsky's newness and the newness of the curriculum at the Bauhaus in Germany, the Bauhaus School of Design and Architecture in Germany, where Kandinsky taught for many, many years. All of that, my God, I was levitating. I was so excited. And anyway, it's a long answer, but trying to trace how I ended up there. Yeah, so a little bit complicated. Yeah, but I love to hear you. It's amazing to me that we found each other in the world, because so much of our thinking is so similar. And when you talk about well, and as Ramanjit, when she's introducing you, is saying, you know, an actor, a director, and I know an author, and a translator, and a designer, and all these different things. It just feels so familiar. And when I was looking over some of my notes last night, I was looking at all the people I've been close to, that I have followed on, you know, accompanied on a path where we've both been, where we've had so many points of contact, and they're all like that. Nobody would say, oh, I'm a writer or oh, I'm a musician. I mean, what? Everybody is everything, right? Every artwork is every discipline. What is theater without architecture? Nothing. I mean, doesn't make any sense, right? Or without sound or movement, or so anyway, I'm delighted that we're still here together after so many years.
It's that, you know, to continue what she was trying to tell, it's just for others. See, we met each other in the beginning at this acting pro group without seeing each other and communicating and writing letters. And suddenly I remember you sent me an email. That's in around 2000, no, 97, 98.
Yeah, exactly.
You said that, no, one Indian director is coming to perform in Berkeley.
Yeah.
And his name is Ratan TM. And he's coming with a play, Uttar Priyadarshi. Do you know anything about this person? I want to know something about that before I went to see this play. Then I wrote a letter introducing you to the state of Manipur, its socio-political situation,
right,
and the fluxus that is going through Indian theatre, the influences from the West and the attempts to escape from there, the theatre of the roots concept, the indigenous theatre, the music movement, etc., where Ratan is a part of it, and about the theme of Uttar Priyadarshi, I was in the play myself. So it was a kind of neutral letter. I didn't praise, upheld the work of Ratan or didn't criticize it. I just said this is a neutral thing, you go and see it yourself. I have my own opinion about the play and about Ratan. That's something else which I don't want to tell you right now. This is just to know that. And you wrote me back that, you know, you were so happy to get that, and you took printout of those 5 or 6 pages I think 4, 5, 6 pages of my introductory note on the theatre of Manipur and Ratan, and you circulated it to the audience who came to see the play. That's what you wrote to me, I remember. So, and many people said it is so good to read it before seeing the play. And then I wrote you back now. Since you have seen the play and you have made your judgment, I will give my own approaches, my own comment on this play. And I wrote you some of my mild criticisms plus what I appreciate, etc. And I wrote it to you. Then you wrote me back, no, I have the same kind of opinion, the same thing which you said. And you wrote me as a corollary of your own things. And I published those 4 letters. The 2 letters I sent you and the 2 letters which you sent me was in discussion with Lissa, Taylor, Renaud on Ratan TM. Letters between Lissa and me about Ratan TM. I just published somewhere also. So then also we are not met. But in 2000, I don't remember the exact year.
Wait. I want to add one thing that I remember about that was, sorry to interrupt, but it was really an interesting point for me to discuss with you at that time, and I also published our letters, was what does it mean to have a folk theater in a concert hall? That was really bothering me a lot. So anyway, I remember that that part of our discussion very well. So please go ahead. 2000, let's see, we wrote out a chronology. Yes. Yeah, so what do you remember, 2000?
You came to India, and you came to Cochin, and we have the first direct meeting when Kirill was so young. He was 5 or 6 years old, I think.
He was 8, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We have an international symposium on theatre, which is about regionalism, nationalism, and internationalism. What exactly these terms differ, and we have an international conference hosted by the University of Kochi and partly organized by Logathami. And you are one of the speakers. The other speakers were Dr. H.S. Shivaprakash, whom I introduced to you. He was teaching in JNU then, a playwright and a poet by himself, a very important playwright in India. And our Raju was there. Raju is from Pondicherry. He was an alumni, a graduate of National School of Drama Delhi, another important director. And he was doing a play with us, Logathami, and I was acting in that play. I don't know whether you saw the...
Yes, I did. Yes, I did see. Yes, this is how I know you're an actor. Yes. I saw you acting on stage in one of your films too. So yeah.
I was acting as the protagonist of the play, and Raju was directing it, and that's the time. And then we have Dr. K.G. Paulus, the Sanskrit scholar, and a few others also. We have that seminar. And then you did a workshop with our actors. It is an voice training. You did it. And then you have a poetry recital session in the evening for the public. And we stayed together for a week or so, and we had some trip together to Munnar, the hill resort. So that's a direct meet, and then we are in contact with each other. Then you made me write an article on, you wanted me to write on the influence of American actor training in Indian theatre. I wrote you back that no, America do not have that much influence on us. It's the British theatre training. So broadly, you are writing compiling a book on the politics of American actor training. It's a wonderful book. I have the copy with me. So you wanted to know what the American system of actor training is influencing the third world countries and other parts of the world also as a chapter. You are discussing about influences it is creating within America, within the mind, the colored people, uh, in the larger kind of students who come to study theater and what they get out of the training, all this valid introspection of questioning and revalidating the system of actor training that's going in America. And you want to know about it. And I said I can make it general, like the Western influence. It includes America also because it may be the same thing. The RADA and the American things may collide, and that's what I thought, and I wrote an article about it. So that's the next point. Then I have been to your home in 2015, somewhere in April. I was in San Francisco as a Fulbright researcher, a fellow, traveling to America for 6 months, and I was there in SF for a month. And I visited you in a cafe, and also then later in your home in the morning again. I remember that path. And then we have been in contact with each other, corresponding. So this is the personal kind of thing which doesn't have much interest maybe for others who hear us. But this brings another question from an audience up. There's a question posted. Does Indian theatre have their own unique style of teaching acting? Or are they adapting from West? Aradi Daga asked that question. It's a general question. Does Indian theatre have their own unique style of teaching acting? Or are they adapting from West? So it's it looks like a very simple question, but I don't think it's so. Again, it can be rebound. The question can be re-asked. Teaching acting in which system, which school? Are you speaking about National School of Drama or the Thrissur School of Drama or a non-academic institute, like say for example in Manipur, the son of Kanailal is teaching theatre. In Pondicherry, Adishakti is teaching theatre. So different institutes teach theatre in their own way. So is there a uniform system for the whole of India? Maybe the question that comes out. I will say no. Yes, at present, living in this world, we cannot just shut down to our room. We have to open up. See, I am talking to Lissa, and there's another question that this is one globe, and collective interest just binds us. That's a comment by Vinit Bora Abhani, another person who is hearing us. So these two things happening. It's coming back to that seminar, Lissa, regionalism, nationalism, internationalism. So it is applicable to theatre training, theatre practice, theatre dissemination, audience thing. Again, the question which Lissa asked, what about a folk theatre inside a concert hall? So a concert hall is an architecture, it has a structure, it has something to happen there. But at times, you'll be forced to perform there. Maybe it should not have been performed there. That may not be the ideal place. That's one thing. That's limitations. But I cannot close my eyes to what Peter Schumann is doing in America, or what the European theatre is doing. And they cannot shut eyes to us. That is not that much happening till, say, from 50 years before. But there are a lot of people who are traveling to the East, to India, to China. Lissa is one of them. She's usually traveling to the East Europe, China, India, at least trying to understand what does it make Indian theatre different, or the Asian theatre different. I would love to make it Asian theatre than Indian theatre. Again, within Indian theatre, so what is Indian theatre? Which is Indian theatre? Can you coin or can you place the Manipuri theatre and the theatre from Hindi belt, from Mumbai or from Kerala in one term? They are all India. They are all from different parts of India. But India is not a mono unilateral block, just like America is not one country. We can say that no, California is totally different from New York, which is totally different from Arizona. It's totally different from the other states, other 52 states. And even within the 52 states, go to San Diego and go to Berkeley, again there are differences. You cannot just, so these things, there are regional traits, there are regional ethnic traits, characteristics. So we cannot just limit Indian theatre to Natya Shastra or the Sanskrit tradition. We cannot say that Manipuri theatre is not Indian theatre. We cannot say that Kerala theatre is not. So the nationalism, the concept of nation as a conglomeration of different, I would say the term which is used in the Indian constitution is the best thing. It's a republic of individual states, individual ethnicities. So this republic making of a nation cannot keep the other nations out of it. We are a globe. So we are talking. So it's evening for us, it's morning for Lissa. It's just a matter of that difference only. But we are talking and mutually engaging in a conversation. And we speak about Kandinsky, who is a Russian, and Stanislavski is born in Russia. But we say it's valid in India, it's valid in America. We accept him and reject him. It's not total acceptance. It's accepting and rejecting, understanding, placing, and maybe manipulating. It's not a good word, I know. For our own purpose, our own presence. So I'd say that no, we cannot just blame or keep away from the Western influences. But if you want a simple comment from me about the theatre pedagogy in India, is it copying the West or adapting from the West? I will say yes. We give lesser priority, at least our academic institutions give lesser priority to the heritage. And even if you start saying that no, we are going to give an element of our heritage, then you limit it to that Sanskrit theatre tradition only. We forget that there are other regional folk native traditions. Just like it's not a blame, just like the American theatre do not understand the native Indian theatre, the theatre of the native people of America. So just like that, no, we have to somewhere blend all these things and create a new kind of. It's not a very simple thing. It's a process. It will be evolving. And one thing I could observe was somebody who is observing Indian theatre practice and pedagogy is that no, more and more it comes up. More and more Indianness, if there is one. I doubt that Indianness also. It's the folk theatre, the regional theatre, and within the region itself, there are differences between one folk, another folk, one ethnic group, the tribes of Kerala, and the other people. The whole caste system, everybody has their own kind of characteristics, their own kind of theatre, their own kind of approaches to theatre teaching and practice. So, but if you ask it simply, I would say that no, mostly it comes from the influence from the West. West means Rada, less from America. That was the problem for me to write the chapter. How Shagnar is going to influence you. So how the living theatre or the Shagnar, or that's the two names that comes, or maximum Peter Schumann comes in. And the musicals, till I see it, I was not aware of that, but we have been doing that. Maybe Lissa can speak about, because that's one area which Lissa would like to speak about theatre pedagogy. Maybe she can speak about the pedagogical system that's happening in America, and is there any influence from the Asian continent, not just India, in the theatre schools of America? I'll tell you one thing. I've seen a lot of yoga schools and Bharatanatyam schools in America more than that I've seen in India. So there's a lot of Bharatanatyam schools, Indian classical dance schools, and there was a lot of teaching of Indian classical dance in many of the universities. Many Indian dancers are settled there. They're traveling and teaching there in the universities. And it's not just Indian. I've seen Buddha in America, not in Japan. I've seen Chinese opera in America. And I have not been to China. So I've seen the Bali puppetry in America. So America welcomes all these Asian traditions. Maybe Lisa will be much better than me because she is living there, living this thing. I have been there only for 6 months. But she can speak about the theater training and the pedagogy because that book speaks about that. And that's one of your concerns. You can speak about anything. I just took this because there's a question here in the box.
Yeah. Well, as I warned you yesterday, I can hardly speak for America, right? Because, as you say, I mean, I always think it's kind of cheating that they call us a country. I mean, yeah, because we're really 50 countries. I mean, if you look at Europe, each one of those is a country, and their countries are sometimes smaller than one of our states, right? It just feels so huge. But I can say that in general, if we look at the two coasts, the East Coast and the West Coast, East Coast as New York. New York is closer to Europe, and which means also the developments in European theater. And I'm in California, so Southern California is Los Angeles and Northern California is San Francisco. I'm actually not in San Francisco, although that's part of our journey where I am to not be Europe, not be New York, not be California, but to be Northern California, which is very special, to be the Bay Area, and actually not to be San Francisco, because we grew up being told we were San Francisco, but we're actually not. We're Oakland. And it takes a long, it might sound easy just to say that, but it's taken a lifetime for me and the pandemic, which I can talk about, to feel Oakland, to feel the uniqueness. You said something about that, the uniqueness of where I am. California in general is known as the gateway to Asia. So our eyes have been turned to Asia much more than, I mean, what New York and Europe were doing. We felt we had to follow and we had to learn and we had to even allow ourselves to be influenced. But our natural impulses have been in the direction of Asia. But of course, as you are implying, all of these places are artificial constructs, right? What is America? I have absolutely no idea, except for a certain political idea that it's founded on. Other than that, I really don't know. what is India? I was interested that you said you would like to, I think you said you would like to think of India as part of Asia. Did you say that?
Yes.
I mean, as Asia, not separate. Well, let's go. I would like to hear more about that. I don't know. I have lived in Japan. I have for 2 years. I lived in Korea for 2 years. I lived in Taiwan for a year, and I've done shorter teaching, visiting periods to India, Singapore. And I don't know, to me, they're just completely different from each other, as different as going to 2 different theaters here. People are just people, and there are people have strengths.
Yes.
And they have weaknesses. And when they're lucky, they're able to gather their strengths, talents, abilities, interests with some force so they can respond to the world through the lens of their strengths. That's it. So I don't know, if you discover that you're good at improvisation, you might do a lot of improvisation or start an improvisational theater or company. Find other people who are good at improvisation. I don't have any interest in improvisation. I just don't. I would like to. I read, I watch, I have friends who are interested. I'm not interested. I am a text person. I was born that way. I grew up that way. I was educated that way. And it's my great, great love. Improvisation has to do with creating something out of the air or out of yourself. It's just so admirable and interesting. And working with a text is not that. It's an interpretive art, right? Something is given to you 2-dimensionally, and you have to make it 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional or 5 or 6 dimensions out of yourself. For me, teaching, what I saw at the university, the second university I was at, which is the University of California at Berkeley, which is next to Oakland. We're kind of a tripod, San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland. We're kind of, yes, we're all in the same area. We all have very heightened kind of artistic, intellectual histories, liberal, politically liberal histories, but we have very different personalities. And I was born in Berkeley, not Oakland or San Francisco. At the University of California at Berkeley, when we were doing our doctoral masters, I mean, our directing masters, we had to hold auditions for our directing projects. And all the acting students from the department would come and show us what they had learned to do in their acting classes. And then somebody from physics or engineering would come into the room and be 4,000 times more interesting, more dynamic, more compelling than anybody we had seen going through an acting class. And this happened over and over again. And I just thought, I want to know what those people have done, not what are they doing from other parts of the university. They've never taken an acting class or something like that. But I'd rather watch them a million times more than what the acting classes are producing. So I started looking into that. And there were a few things that I found. The main thing was that the common denominator was excellence. They all had an experience of learning something difficult to a level of excellence. And so they might have been in public speaking, in high school or something. They were on the debating team, or they had played the clarinet, or they had, something. They had learned 5 languages when they were growing up. They knew what it felt like to take a difficult body of material and internalize it and be able to use it at a level of excellence. And so I started thinking about that. How could you train people to do that? And so that was one experience I had, sorry. And another experience I had watching those auditions was that, and watching shows too, watching, amateur or academic or professional theaters. I realized that if I can't stand to listen to somebody's voice, the show is over for me. They spent 6 months, they spent 6 years developing it. But if I can't listen, if it's a horrible voice, or it's a boring, or any other kind of horribleness in the voice world, the show is over for me. So clearly we need a voice to be on stage. Another thing was, if I can't stand to watch you move, if there's something very distracting or limiting or irritating or something, or uninformed, unimaginative, inexpressive about the way you're moving, the show is over for me, or your scene is over for me, your role is over for me. So I thought these are going to be crucial. The working with a text, how to work with a text, how to use the voice, how to use the body, how to, lasso, how to gather the places in your life where you have been excellent at something and put them together into a program. And I myself was teaching at the university. I was teaching voice and acting while I was studying directing. And I had a wonderful voice teacher, and I had a wonderful movement teacher. And I started bringing their work into the classroom. So I was teaching acting, for example, or voice, for example. But every lesson I was teaching, I was really bringing into the classroom what I had taken from my teachers. And it began to gel. It began to be something that was very interesting. And after a while, one of my students came to me and said, well, really, you should start your own school. I said, oh, are you crazy? Sorry, my days are full. I don't think I'm going to start a school. And she said, oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'll find the students and the space, and I'll tell you what time, and you just come and we'll be there. And she did. That's exactly what she did. She made the flyers, the posters. She got all the students, and she found a space to teach in. And the end result was this school. At the beginning, myself and my two teachers were also teaching with me. So there were three of us. My voice teacher was teaching voice. My movement teacher was teaching alignment and spatial relationships, spacing the actor. And I was putting it all together in acting, working with a text. Yes, form, making something, making something. And I ended up doing that for 20 years. And 20 years in that exact context. Quite early on, both of my friends and colleagues, the other teachers, had to leave the area. So I had to teach their work too. That's certainly a feature of my career, that I've had parallel careers. I mean, in the voice world, they know me as a voice teacher, and in the somatics or alignment, movement world, I'm known for that. And the acting and the scholarship. And so I have quite a few parallel careers, but my school was the place that I was able to put all of it together. So my curriculum was acting, voice, movement, theater history, dramatic literature, and text analysis. And later, as we developed, I added audition techniques, because people were ready to work. So for me, the other two components that were very, very critical were the scholarship and the avant-garde. So I grew up in the theater. I grew up acting from very small child. And that was mostly classical and from the theater canon, from the dramatic canon. As a child, my mother had a very well-known actress come to monitor my Shakespeare readings. And later, my teacher was from Germany, and brought with him both the classical traditions and the more modern, more experimental traditions. But then I went to the University of California at Davis. Did you go there to Davis?
No.
No. Mm-hmm. Well, in the 1970s, this is a university that's in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing there. It was an agricultural college, university. So they were learning to grow crops and to raise farm animals. And we had our little part of the university, which was where the theater department and the art department, music and film were all right there together. And this was the 1970s, and we all worked together. Everybody did everything together, and it was completely crazy. And this was my first real introduction to the world of the avant-garde theater, having grown up in the classics, learning the classical techniques, and then learning about the avant-garde. From there, I transferred after Bread and Puppet. We can talk about that later, but yeah, from there I went to Bread and Puppet, and then I went to the University of California at Berkeley. And I started there in the second half of my undergraduate education. And there, I can only say that I fell in love with theater history. And the most important thing to say about that for me is how much knowing theater history changed me as an actor. I just felt the difference between walking into a rehearsal with some kind of weird psychological something I was supposed to be thinking about, and walking in feeling fortified by the history of the theater behind me, and that I was entering into a conversation that was thousands of years old and full of people I adored, people whose work I admired. It was just a completely different thing. And the directing program that I was in was called the Director Scholar program, which meant you can't be a director without knowing the history of the theater, without being a theater scholar, really, at a deep level. And you can't be a theater scholar unless you know what a director does, what goes on in a rehearsal room, how that theater history emerges, even without intention, in a rehearsal situation. And so from that, I took the inspiration for creating the Actor Scholar. And in my school, which was called the Actors Training Project, my model was to create the Actor Scholar. And of course, there, all my energy to get away from Europe, from being under the thumb of European training, there I was with all the actors I loved. And of course, one of them is John Gielgud, has had a huge influence on me. But all of those, that generation of actors, of course, the scholarship was completely inseparable from what they did as actors. It's inconceivable. How could you be an actor without being a scholar of the work that you're doing? So bringing that into my school and bringing the avant-garde, and maybe that's a different, that's a longer, maybe that's longer, but I would say teaching, and again, I'm not talking about American training, I'm talking about my own strange trajectory, which makes perfect sense to me, was that the avant-garde is sitting right there between the classics and contemporary theater, modern theater, modern theater. And we're just supposed to pretend it's not there. And we're supposed to go from, I don't know, Aeschylus to Strindberg, no, Aeschylus to Arthur Miller, like nothing happened in between. So I got very interested in the avant-garde, in using those texts, that thinking, that questioning as a bridge between the classics and the modern theater. So anyway, those are ways of talking about my school. At the other schools around, each one was dedicated to a certain method or a certain master teacher or a certain guru or a certain something. And maybe you remember David Magershak's book on Stanislavski. He says in his introduction, no actor worth his salt would follow somebody else's method. I really love that. I mean, certainly no one has ever been able to tell me how to act better than I know how I go through that process. I mean, the whole idea of it just seems ridiculous to me. Why would you follow somebody else's method? What, there's nothing in your head? There's nothing in you? There's nothing, I don't know. I just found it very weird. And so I would say, again, I went the long way around, but someone asked about training, or maybe you asked me about training in America. I would say, when I was coming up, and now I don't know, that's a whole different subject, but the training in America all had to do with a method. Now you're using this method or that famous studio or something, and I just couldn't go there. So I was interested in creating a kind of Kandinsky artist. And indeed, my students all did that. They started their own theaters. They went to interesting parts of the world. They went into other fields. They brought a sense of structure and a profound creativity to other professions. One of my favorite students, who did one of the best to be or not to be homework assignments in my studio ever, I mean, that I've ever seen in my life, his to be or not to be was amazing, is now a very prominent flower arranger. So all the best places in the area are all looking to him to do their flowers. And he says, yes, well, every flower arrangement has a beginning, a middle, and an end. So I was very proud. I am very proud that so many of my students did not go into the commercial theater, did not follow somebody else's method. Okay, I'm done.
Lissa, I would love to. You have one or two questions already in the box, which I'll read later. I will just ask one thing which you have put in your book for a brief explanation, or if you like. See, the book which you said, which you co-edited, The Politics of Actor Training, is questioning the whole practice of actor training in the universities. And you have said that, or the book has said that, I don't know if it's you or the collective, the other editor also. See, of the students who go to the universities for their degree, masters in acting, What do they do after that? And you've rightly said that only 5% of them end up in professional theater or in films. Means they are using acting as a career to build their lives. Almost 5%. So what about the 95% who has spent their best years in the universities and are left out? Then, if they cannot do it, use it in their lives, these 95% of students cannot use that training in their life, then why is this training? So that's a very political question. And that's a valid question to India also. So it's only a few lucky or talented or by chance people. I don't know how. Sometimes it's by chance, it's an accident that you get a chance and you succeed all of a sudden. I end up with acting as a profession. So then, what is to be the training? What the training should do to the 95% of students who are left out? That's the question your book addressed. So, can you very briefly comment on that?
Well, first I want to say that was one point of contact in my essay, one of my two essays, and your essay, because you were asking the same question in India. People are going to this very famous school and they're all training to do this and this, but for what? I mean, or they're studying techniques for a kind of theater that they'll never be in, right? Maybe. So I think it's quite similar, really. I mean, as I said, some of them started their own theaters or went into films, but I mean, I think, okay, well, I would say one of the most brilliant actresses I knew who came from a theater family went into banking. After many years in the professional theater, but you know, what does that mean? It means a lot of traveling and not that much pay. And what does it add up to, really? I mean, we grew up looking at these very unusual moments in history. Like Strindberg had his own theater, right? Stanislavski had all his siblings and all his friends and his neighbors. They were all in his theater together, right? Where there are these, but we don't have that. We're spread out across, we were already spread out across thousands of miles. We don't have that the synergy that you need from being in a kind of locus where everybody's working together and creating something together. Everybody's kind of wandering around. So the profession has really less and less to recommend it. And somebody else I know, a brilliant, wonderful actress, she went to law school and became a lawyer for one of the most famous baseball teams, you know, and sure, she's in front of the media all the time. She's beautiful. And she even talks about the theater when she's doing her baseball interviews. She talks about, oh yes, I came up in the theater. She makes sure everybody knows. But it just doesn't, and that's why I said in my other essay, who wants this hierarchy where there's the producer is making the most money, and then there's a director who's kind of maybe making money or not, and then there are the actors who are working for nothing or some, you know, bus money or something. And most of the time, the directors are horrible anyway. They're completely untrained. They have no experience. And so I said in my essay in that book, I think the directors should be auditioning for the actors. They should call together all the people interested in being the show. They should give their concept for the show. They should talk about what they have to offer as directors for the production. I don't know. It just is not. And I think the pandemic has really really exaggerated that feeling of, why am I working for somebody else? Why am I working for nothing so that the director can have a weekend boat, or, a boat for his weekend travels? Or my mother used to say about people like that, oh, he's paying you that? Oh, he probably needs to put in a new bathroom or a new addition to his house. I don't know. It's just harder and harder to explain why actors are working for nothing, and many directors too. So what do? I don't know. Most of them, most of them still are not in the theater.
Yeah, the thing is that the actors find it difficult to survive. It's not the problem of the director. I think it's the industry which makes you limit yourself. And I just remember that that's for my friends in India to know that we have a feeling that everything is so good in America, and once you are training there and once you are acting there, you are safe and you get money, etc. Yes, you get money, but you have the union, the actors union is there, the audition is a must. Whoever you have to go for audition and get selected, all those things, and you should be paid at least this much money for this thing. But I've seen actors saying me that their life is so insecure, they don't get enough money to pay the rent of the house. For example, for an actor who's working in San Francisco, lives uh, some many kilometers from many miles away, they have to travel 1 hour in a train to come to this, because they cannot afford a house on rent in the city of San Francisco, very costly. And to see a lead actor, a female lead actor who is wonderful in a musical. Musical means you get more money than in a drama. Am I right? And she is doing part-time as an Uber driver so that she can balance the bills. So it's not a very easy thing unless you are a star in a very few selected actors. You may not be finding it very easy. And many young acting students who graduated from the school, from many schools, he has told me that no, we better go for the work of a stage manager than an actor, because the job of the stage manager is much more safer, and you may get to find the job continuing. But for an actor, if the play fails, if the play didn't work up in the box office, or if you are not able to get auditioned again, your life is gone. So it's better to be a stage manager than an actor. That's the situation there. Maybe Lissa, but I'll connect you directly to that question which you are speaking about, Stanislavski. There's a question. Somebody wants to explain to you that I heard you say that Stanislavski is absolutely not the way he is published. You said that. And could you put more light on your thoughts about the same? Means, can you a little more elaborate about the way we know Stanislavski right now and who he really is, as you experience?
Yeah, not only the way he's published, but the way, not the way he's published about, but also the way he's talked about or thought about. In my early training, we knew, sorry, your screen is frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. When we were coming up, who was this Stanislavski? He was some First of all, he knew something magical about acting, that everything you ever thought yourself about acting was wrong, unless you had Stanislavski's brain. So he knew. He was this kind of lurking figure who was always saying things like, I don't believe you. I don't believe that. There was some magical kind of real thinking, real being or something, I don't know. And there was a whole jargon that was connected to him of, you were adjusting, or there was the spine, and then there were the objectives, and then there were the, I don't know. It was just endless. And so when I started reading Stanislavski's own writings, which are harder to get to, there's a whole, talk about industry. Oh my God, the industry of book publication and careers and conferences and everything that have grown up around this figure of Stanislavski, or you're revolting against Stanislavski or something. It's just so much money making. But his own writings and his own thinking are available. You just have to go to page 3 or 4 of your Google search instead of pages 1 and 2. You just have to look a little harder. But when he's talking, what you find is that he was a huge guy. I don't know what it is in meters, but he was 6'4". He was incredibly tall. He was very clumsy. He had a lot of physical problems. He was always tripping over things, knocking things over. And he had a speech impediment, a serious one. He was kind of a mess, but he had, I think it was a relative. Anyway, he had neighbors right up the street who did these very elaborate theater productions every year. And he was just stage struck. Here's this huge, clumsy guy. He wasn't very educated. His parents tried to get tutors for him, but he was really an uninspired student. He liked to sing. He just liked everything about the theater, but good Lord, how can you get from being that huge, clumsy person with a lot of speech problems to being such a marvelous actor? And we have recordings of him. We have them. Why is nobody talking about them? There are clips on YouTube of Stanislavski teaching, of him working, of him acting. Why is nobody looking at them? They're so busy reading books of people who never knew Stanislavski, wrote some research book based on 26 other Stanislavski books. Well, you can see, and he's a wonderful actor, or read transcripts of his own improvisations. Oh my goodness, they're just so charming. How did he get from here to there? How did he get there? Well, he started going around Europe trying to find out who was involved in the early speech training movement. So it was happening everywhere. These new schools of breathing and actualizing your spirit through the breath. the meaning of the consonant and the vowel, the relationship between them, the singing of the natural voice. And he took all of that and some of the teachers and brought them back to his theater and had his actors study and learn. And something hilarious, he took those lessons with his actors. He was there. And I did that at my school too. When my singing teacher, my voice teacher was teaching, I took the classes with my students. And Stanislavski did that too. Movement, the somatics movement, the whole alignment, and well, there's a long line of what has come down to us partly as ideokinesis, moving from the idea. There's a whole long legacy of all of those. And Stanislavski traveled around. He found all those people. He studied. He brought that back to his theater. And so one problem we have talking about Stanislavski is all this goofy, silly stuff about psychology and all that. I mean, some of it is horrible things that New York did to Stanislavski. But anyway, we're stuck with this ridiculous idea of somebody who thought you were going to act out of some idea of a psychology or something. But it's impossible to talk about Stanislavski without talking about movement training and voice training. It's you're just talking about a completely different person. It was his whole life. And art, painting, color relationships, space. These are the things that were his concerns. And here's one place that I think so differently from what everybody else thinks or says they think related to Stanislavski is, of course, in the Stanislavski industry, there have been translations and retranslations and retranslations and retranslations of his books. But don't tell anybody I said this, because you'll ruin my reputation forever. The first translation of My Life in Art by this not professional translator, J.J. Robbins, who knew Stanislavski, spent time with him, heard his voice, heard the way he expressed himself, is like being in a room with Stanislavski. And all the other translations, which everybody says they've improved the translation or something, are just wooden, superior, horrible. They sound like the translators or the biographers are competing with Stanislavski, who was perfectly capable of communicating himself. Anyway, I recommend My Life in Art, not My Life in Theater, is a point I like to make. He did not call this book My Life in Theater. It's called My Life in Art. All the arts, everything together, all of them. So yes, so to sum up, I would say, we have learned to know Stanislavski through some very foreign kind of jargon. Why are we learning jargon? Why are we learning a vocabulary of a translation from somebody who said over and over again that he was having a hard time describing the whole thing? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Basically, we have to remember that when we're training an actor, it has absolutely nothing to do, no relationship to the actor Stanislavski was training. There's just no connection. He was talking about a world where there really wasn't an actor. There wasn't a such thing. And they were kind of coming from the opera, making these huge gestures. It was very difficult for his actors not to move their arms. He talks a lot about that. Stop moving your arms. Do it again. Don't move your arms. People would show up to rehearsals or not. They would come to performances or not. They would come drunk or not. These are the problems he had in front of him. Stop moving your arms. Don't come drunk. Not all this rarefied stuff that everybody talks about here.
So what I infer by reading a little of Stanislavski is that what we speak about Stanislavski is based on one book or one chapter of a book which has been published at a particular point of time in his life. See, when I read Stanislavski, I find that he's not a static person. He's evolving from, say, 1886 when he started the Moscow Theatre to 1936 or 30 till he was active teaching and writing. He was evolving, he was developing, he's not staying somewhere. So we cannot say that this is Stanislavski. He's moving from, when we speak about the Stanislavski, we speak about that method acting and the 10 points or just the craft of the actor, how to increase the craft of the actor. We do not think about what Stanislavski was doing this, why the craft. He spoke much more about the super objective of the play, what you are essentially communicating, is it going across, all those things. It's not just about being on stage and craft. And it's completely evolving from the psychological approach to, as Lissa said, a physical approach and a psychophysical approach to smooth the channel between the body and the mind, the emotion and the body, giving a lot of importance for the voice training and the physical work. Even if he's supposed to be doing a very realistic kind of movements or all those things, behavior on stage, but he's focusing on that. So he's completely evolving. But we read those articles or those statements or those teachings who has seen Stanislavski, who has worked with Stanislavski for 6 months or 3 months at a definite point of time and say, I have studied Stanislavski, and go back to Europe or America and started teaching there. And Stanislavski is used by the industry for its own demand, not for understanding Stanislavski. So it's an evolution of Stanislavski and the way you treat the text and why and how you should act and what should be coming out of a movement, a dialogue, a delivery, or a word, or a sound. So it may not be a word even sound. And more than that, it is not just the craft. Craft is only a secondary thing. That thing that happens spontaneously on stage to a trained actor, which happens there without imagining it, pre-planning it, understanding it. For example, he has written that it's when he's acting as Dr. Stockman in The Enemy of the People, he found out that there's a big pressure on his this finger, this pointing finger, and I'm using a lot of pressure, energy is coming onto that space when I was doing this character. And he said, I found out this only on my 105th show. For the 104 shows, I was not aware that I was using this part of my body as the most important part of. Stockman was pointing out, he was saying this and saying that. So this I couldn't understand. This very high rational craftsman who thinks about each and every inch of the mind and the body cannot understand that this is happening to him as an actor. But he said, once I understood it on that unlearned stage, then I started using it from the next onwards purposefully. This is the technique to go to that character. So that thing that happens spontaneously when you're on stage performing as the character, it happens, and those elements has been written by Stanislavski himself. I read it from, I think, My Life in Art. I think that may be the first book you have to read about Stanislavski, not creating a role or.
Oh no, absolutely. Oh, thank you. Say that again.
Yeah.
My Life in Art. That's the place to go. That's where.
It writes about Stanislavski from his age 2 or 3 to his last days.
Right.
So the development, that movement, means the changes within his approaches is clearly written in that book, not in the other 3 books which has been produced at some point of his time. But we need the craft, because the industry needs the craft, not the spirit, not the essence. So that's not the problem of Stanislavski, but the problem of the industry. And we leave Stanislavski here and move to the other thing. And there are questions addressed to you and me. You can also, I think it's 11:20, almost 2 hours right now. We have to be a little more briefer to explain. And somebody is asking me and you about the influences we have got in our work. And somebody is asking whether I can see some photographs of your later plays, etc. And maybe Avanti can put a few photographs, or one photograph or two, a photograph of my work. I can very briefly say what are my influences or what are my concern about doing my theater. And Lissa asked also to do that about your influences that's happening to you. Bandi, can you put something? See, what's that question? Tell us more about your influences, and similarly would like to know from Lissa. And yes, Banti, can you hear me? And can you put
Yes, she can, Chandra Dasan ji. She is just putting it on. Abanti, any of the panelists can.
Yeah.
You don't need to be your co-host.
Okay.
Or I've made you also. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
I can start speaking about my approaches than the influences. Yes, as I told you, I'm not trained in any theater school. Okay. Okay, you can keep that still there. Or you can just show the one of the other also. You can just show 3 or 4 on. Yes, the next one. Oh, you can just have. And Karnaparam also. Oh, yes.
Chandra Dasan ji, Karna Bharam is okay? Or you want Shakuntala?
Anything is okay. This is also fine. I can keep it. Karnaparam is okay. Or the other thing is also.
Let's stay with this. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the thing is that as these different photographs, these are pictures from my last shows. This is Karnabharam, which I started. The first production happened in 1991, and I have been doing it till last year. This is one of our last performances that happened. It has changed a lot. As you know, yeah, you can keep it there also. This is a text by Bhasa, which has been written in Sanskrit some 2,500 years before, and I've been doing that. And the other photograph just before you're seeing is, can you go back to that other photograph also? These two are of Karnaparam, and No, previous one, Shakuntalam. Can you show that Shakuntalam also? Yes. See, this is another classic from Kalidasa, Shakuntalam, very famous text known everywhere. And the first photograph you have seen, also the first photograph you have seen, yeah, first or second one. You put the second one also. That's also fine. Okay, this is another play which I did with Rangayana, Mysore. This is known as Puck in Arcadia. Arcadia, the Leap Puck. See, you have seen this. Photographs are totally different. Means it looks different. So what do I'm trying to do? And even if this is a created text, created by me and written by one of my friends who knows Kannada, is done in Kannada, known as Ramanatha, based on it. But this is a mix-up of many Shakespeare plays. We have characters of Puck, the Three Witches is there, and then Falstaff is there from King Lear, and then we have got characters who are similar from Oedipus is there. So many characters are there. And the first line which these actors are saying is that, so we are doing a play which is known as Arcadia the Leap Puck. We have based this play from a story written by, forget his name, a contemporary of Shakespeare. You may feel that, you may think that it is written by Shakespeare, but no, sorry, it's not written by Shakespeare. We have so many things like that. So what the point I was trying to make that there is an element of classic theater, classic drama, classic dramatic literature in most of my work, except the more experimental, more devised, more new work. As Lissa said about her work, it's a travel from the classic to the avant-garde, to the contemporary, and it's in between. I'm not that very new postmodern, postdramatic director or theatre person. Yes, I have done little here and there, but this genre of taking the classics to the contemporary period is what I am doing. I'll explain it a little bit. So it's not the influence of a director or a school. It's an approach by itself. See, when I am doing this play, Arcadia the Leap Puck, it was not to do Shakespeare or a mix-up of classical plays from Shakespeare to Greek classics to modern plays. It was to speak about what is happening about my time. This play spoke about three marriages. One is the marriage between a tribal boy and a princess. So there was an affair between them, and the father says, "No, you cannot come near my daughter. If I see you both together, I have my pride in my family. I will see that you are killed and hang up on a tree." So that honor killings. But they have to agree to that marriage. And the second one is the marriage between two girls. One girl who says, I don't like this boy, like that boy. So she cannot like any of the people, any of the boys who comes. And finally, the father says, the king says, please solve this problem of marriage, because we have to end up the play. The play started with a crisis that the marriage of the daughters of the king doesn't take place. So without solving that, we cannot end the play. So please marry somebody except me, means the father. It's a comedy, actually. So you find anyone on stage, any character on stage, or if you cannot find anybody here, please go and see. There will be a lot of people in the audience. You select someone from there, and I will see that the marriage will be done. Then she asks, will you agree to anybody I select? And the father says, yes. Then I would love to marry the daughter of the minister. And there is a shock. So it's finally they celebrate that. Then said, 2 is not a good number, we have to have 3. and the queen and the king has to remarry, because no, that marriage is actually at the point of break. So celebrating the three marriages, when we have used a lot of Western rock music to celebrate these things, etc., it happens. So this play speaks about one, the honor killings and the lesbian kind of relationships. And see, this scene is similar to that speech by Mark Antony, where you make big speeches and attract the audience. This is exactly a similar moment. You make a big speech and take the audience, which is happening in right now in contemporary politics everywhere in India also. So it's about the period. So what I'm trying to do is to reinterpret, reread the classics to explain my contemporary reality. I'll just make it briefer. So when I was doing media by Euripides, again 2,500-year-old text, I was speaking about the relationship between a husband and wife and what happens between them in my time. I'm not putting a contemporary costume. I'm not giving a cell phone. I'm not giving a new property to the hands. But the way you perform, the way you say your lines, the way you move will make it clear that no, this play is speaking about me, my life, my time. So that is to transplant or translate that great text to explain my life reality. See, to make it, when I went with this play to Greece, I was very excited. That was my first foreign trip also, to go to Greece and perform in a very old theater. We have 3 stages in 3 cities. And one of the show was in a very old 2,500-year-old arena theater. We are performing there and we are very thrilled. I just told my actors that maybe Euripides might have performed this play here. We don't know. So we are going to perform the play there. So one day before, we are rehearsing, etc. And then one Greek person came to me. He's a teacher in a school. And he asked me, okay, what is the play you are going to do? I said, Media. And he cannot understand it. What is it? I said, Media by Euripides. Oh, Medea. They call it Medea, not Media. We speak Media, but the Greeks say it Medea. Oh, Medea. Then he asked me, why do you do that? Why? And I said, no, just to make him happy. I said, no, Greek classics are forever and it's so valid and it's not just for the Greeks and it's for us also. So that I thought that praising the Greek culture, he'll be happy. He was just looking at me and then he said, but why now? What it speaks about speaks to me. They're all frozen things and we just do it for the tourists. It doesn't speak about my life. It's fixed there. So then I told him, no, it speaks about my life. You do one thing, you come tomorrow and see the play and tell me whether it's about you. And he came to see the play. It was in Malayalam, but he knows the text because. And then after the show, he came to me and said, okay, now I understand how it becomes my story. You have done an Indian magic in it. That's what at the time he used. He used an Indian magic in it, and it speaks about my life, the way I see my wife, the way the husband-wife relationship, the way we define culture, the way we. So I wanted to. That's one thing I am doing, and then the rest of the story is that he traveled with the group to another city, some 500 miles away, and saw the play again, and asked me whether he could record the music when it's being played. I said yes. So that's one thing. The second thing is about the form. It's also keep on changing. This play is actually an immersive production. This photograph is just from the stage. A lot of things happens among the audience, and one of the audience is made the character. When the king goes out to Delphi to find out a solution for his dilemma, he asked one of the audience to be playing the role of the king till he comes, and just keep it there. And he is finally called onto the stage and he performs. Actors go to the audience and sits among them. They say their lines from them. So it's a kind of immersive theater, more intimate experience. I'm closing myself to intimate kind of direct conversation between the audience. And the thing is that I would love to respond to my social, political, cultural happenings around me through my productions. It's not just the form. It's not the form you see. This is a totally different form because I'm doing clowning. I'm just keeping this story happening somewhere else, far away, not in my village, not in India. But in Karnavaram, you can see a clear kind of. Can you just change the photograph Abandi to one of other productions, Karnavaram or Shagundalam? So there you can see something else as the form. The form suits the interpretation. It's the interpretation of the text. Here, I would love to explain a little about, see, this is about Shakuntalam. But again, when I went to National School of Drama, I did this play for the students of National School of Drama Delhi. And then this is a repetition of, reproduction of it in Malayalam for my group. So when I went to students of National School of Drama, I was introduced to the students that he's an important director coming from Kerala and he'll be going to do a play with you. And then Shantanu, who introduced me, left the hall. And the students, some of them has just went to the Google and found out who is me. And somebody has heard the name, but they have not seen. And one of them might have seen Karnavaram or something like that. So they were just sitting little idle and just looking at me. And I said, so, okay, we are going to... What I was asked to do is do a Sanskrit play, because a classic play, classic Indian play. When it's a Sanskrit play, you can do the your own interpretation, you can create your own form, it can be any kind of form, any kind of thing, but the text should be belonging to that. So, and one of the problems was that there were 7 girls and 5 boys. So I was looking into this text with the roles for the female actors, and maybe I can do cross-dressing like female actors, male characters, but I didn't like it happened to a Sanskrit play. So I was looking and finally I found this is one play which have more female actors. That's one very practical reason. But I said told them that anyway, so we are going to do Shakuntalam, and they were not very happy about it. They just sat like this, very cold. Then I asked them, why should we do Shakuntalam right now? What do you say? Have you read Shakuntalam? Then said, yes, we have studied in detail in the last semester. That is a text which we have to study for the literature. And then we have done small improvised, one actor performances, monologues, created our own monologues and as an exercise. So they know that. Then I said, that's very good because we can avoid that play reading sessions, which I don't like at all to do. I better improvise the text than reading the text in a circle, which is the first thing which many directors do. But then I said, we don't want to do that. So you know the text very well. Then I asked them, why should we do Shakuntalam right now? And there's a silence. Then one of the smart girls, she said, sir, that's a question which we would like to ask you. Why should we do Shakuntalam right now? Why not we go for some other text? Then I told them, why? What you find it relevant when you read this play? Then they said, no, this is about the females being used up in the disguise of love, and they are forgotten. So that's a kind of how you handle women, how shallow is a love affair is, and how the power comes in between these two. And I said, that's it. That's what we want to do. You say that this text speaks about this aspect. We will have a reading from this female perspective of the text and we will foreground that thing. So it's about the lover Dushyanta kind to doing injustice to Shakuntala and insensitive to her. Then this girl said, sir, it's not just Shakuntala, it's not just a character Dushyanta also. It's Kalidas even does the same thing. I said, I didn't understand you. Then she said, see, whenever he gets a chance, Kalidas starts to describe the body of Shakuntala. And he is not bothered about the feeling or the psyche or the emotional aspect of this character. Whenever he gets a chance, he starts describing the body of Shakuntala, and that's the same thing what Dushyant is doing. Then I said, that's okay, that's fine. So we'll try to approach, to interpret that also. So we have some segments where these actors, the female actors, are commenting on the text, commenting on Shakuntala. So this kind of understanding a classical text or a well-established text from a contemporary life reality is one thing, and the form comes in later. Here, as I said, I love a lot of paintings. You can see that the paintings are there on the floor, and there are paintings, as paintings, which is removed, and it creates the atmosphere. And many of the imagery of Kalidasa is so good, that imagery is so great in his text. We cannot create it in words or the poetic imageries. We have used that poetic imageries as visual imageries. That's how we have this element of Kalidasa coming into this thing, and it was a celebration. And I use a lot of colors, paintings, music, movement, all those things to make it really look good, lighting. All these things happen. But it is the content. It is a thing that you want to communicate. I always use that term super objective from Stanislavski. So he is an influence. Why and what you communicate? What do you want to tell your audience to this play? And my plays are, I feel they are political. And if you want me to speak about one person who has influenced me, there are many, but I'll say Habib Tanvir. Whenever Habib Tanvir is doing a play, he focuses on the content, on the political thing which he want to do. My plays are a little more colorful, little more spectacular, little more means extremely attractive. I know that, but it is for the communication to take place, to make the audience see there, see it, experience it, and it should communicate to people directly. And of course, I have been influenced by this vast, rich folk tradition of India, not just India, the Asian folk tradition. I love to narrate stories. Even in my writings, even in this text, we have direct narrations, direct songs. Again, Habib is the model. The action goes on, suddenly it breaks and a song comes in, the song of narrative song, describing that happened to this fellow, this happened to that fellow, and this is a song. And then switch back to the action. And that kind of structuring, the narrative theater, and it's again our traditional, Asian traditional way of telling stories. I love to tell stories. I love to perform stories. I love to sing stories. I love to speak something about my period, my time, through my productions. And even if it is a contemporary play, I would love to do that. I love abstract art, but I love to speak something directly to the audience. I rarely give space for the audience to imagine and to find out his own meaning. That's another way of doing theater. I really love to watch such productions, but these are my concerns. These are my concerns and my method in doing this. And of course, I use Stanislavski a lot in training the actors to finding out characters. That's one thing I do. I use a lot of performance aspect of classical Indian theater. Sometimes I directly use the tradition of Kathakali or Kudiyattam. In Karnapara, I used it. In Shakuntalam, I have not used it very purposefully because it's a classic test. Suddenly somebody, when I'm doing it from Kerala, what NSD or anybody would think that, no, I'll be using Kudiyattam. I'll be using the classical theater format of it. I made it a folk theater. It's more folk kind of uh, interpreting. I thought that no, if I stick on to that classical format, the content may not be seen as much. You'll be looking at the externals of the Kudiyatam and how the Kudiyatam is there. So I thought that no, let it be not there because this here the content is important. Why Shakuntalam now is the question, and why Shakuntalam now? Answer how Shakuntalam now, which is about the form. And again, this was done as an intimate production where you can get the nuances of expression for 200 or 250 audience at a time. So I think I have said something about my concerns of doing theatre, which we can discuss. Maybe Lissa will explain her influences when she's doing theatre or something like that.
Thank you. Just a question. The first show that you talked about, that you had a video of that you put online. Is that not correct? You put on your Facebook page, or is that? Did you? Because I think I have watched some of your full-length productions.
Yeah, this plays there. This plays in YouTube. This plays in YouTube. The Shakuntalam is in YouTube, and Karnabharam is also in YouTube. Media is also in YouTube, but it's a very bad recording because it was recorded in 2000 when the VHS cassette was there. So it was adapted from that cassette with a lot of grains, but you can have an idea about the design and the way it was going on.
Yeah. The first show you talked about, I saw the whole thing. I watched some of it twice. Oh God, I just loved it. I just loved every minute. Yeah, it was very, very clear. You were talking yesterday about the musical, the difference between, this division that's made between drama, where everybody is just talking, blah, 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 and the musical that has the music, the singing, the dancing, and often much more colorful visually. High energy.
That's it. And actually, as I told you, I'll just explain it for the others also. So when I was visiting America, I decided to see as many as productions as I could see, and just talk to as many as people as I could do. I was trying to do it. I have seen 85 productions in the span of 6 months, and talked to some 120 people in length about theatre and what's happening around it. And in the first month, when I landed in Los Angeles, I just look into on the internet and find what's happening in this theatre and etc. etc. I see this term musical and drama. So I went for drama, not for musical, because I didn't know what a musical is. I thought it's going to be something like an opera or something like that, which, I'm not much a fan of classical Western music to sit and relax. It's just like seeing Kudiyatam again here. So I just thought I'll go for something contemporary. But after some time, I just happened to be in a musical because there was no drama on that day. I was invited to that. And suddenly I found that this is a thing I wanted to do. This is the American theatre actually is. You've got music, you've got movement, you've got very experimental work, and you've got very radical themes. It's there, you show interpreting the text. It's not just keeping a dialogue and keeping a real blah, 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 and good craft. And then onwards I started going to see. And after that, after coming back, I was doing a little kind of musical out and musicals. But after that, I started doing. There are 6 songs in Shakuntalam, which you can sing. And even in Arcadia, the Puck in Arcadia, I call it a musical comedy. There's a lot of songs. The actors sing and dance and sing and dance and move, and they keep the audience in their hands. And through that, you speak about very radical things and communicate what you want to do. And it's narrative. can entertain the audience. The audience can clap, they can dance, they can do whatever they want. So I am moving towards kind of a fan of musicals. Maybe you can explain what a musical is, uh, because many people in India do not know, including me before I saw it really, that there is a form which America invented. I can say that is the indigenous theater of America. The American theater is the musical.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is. That is our contribution to world theater.
Yes.
Yeah. And because of that, and because it's so connected to storytelling, as you're saying, we haven't had, where I am, any affinity for the postmodern theater movement of Europe, because you want to tell a story. Yeah. So there's the voice and the movement and the spatial arrangement and the politics and the everything all together. That's what we do. That's our way of thinking. That's even in terms of film, comparing.
There's a question specifically to you, Lissa. Can you please tell us something about textual analysis? You use the term textual analysis, and if possible, share an example as an illustration. For my part, I have explained it, I think, because when I said this is the way I was approaching Shakuntala, it's the textual analysis. It's analyzing the text and finding what I wanted to speak through.
Sure.
These classics, when I was doing Tempest, it's about the process of colonization. It's a process of colonization. I tell you one example. See, another friend from America, Betty Barnard, she was a wonderful director with Pomona College. She was teaching there. She was a fan of Indian theatre. She used to visit India in between. And again, we came to friendship through this cyberspace in the 90s. She came down to Cochin. She was visiting Pune, and she came down to Cochin, and we just met straight. I have got my actor was performing Prospero in the Tempest. I introduced Ramesh, who was acting Prospero, to Lissa. Betty, not Lissa, Betty. I said, Betty, this is Ramesh, who is my Prospero. I have just told her that I am doing the Tempest. That's all. I didn't say what I'm going to do with that. Absolutely nothing has been told to her. And then she looked at him and called him, "You colonialist." And I asked her, how could you know that? No, we are going to make Prospero the colonialist, a colonialist. And she looked at me and said, what else you can do with that text? If an Indian reads the text, what else can you understand about it? It's about a process of colonization. And Prospero is a colonizer. That was the exact reading which we are going to do. So our reading of Shakespeare's Tempest was to understand the process of colonization. And each and every character, except Ariel and Caliban, is trying to make use of this land and take the riches from here to there, including Stefan and Trinculo. They said that, no, I'll take the skin of this man and make a shoe for the king. So it's each and every one of them are trying to colonize it in their own way. So it's about the multiple kinds of colonization or the instincts of colonization of the West landing on an Oriental island, which is a different culture, different music, different landscape, different kind of cultural ethos. So that's about it. So it's not the reproduction of the text. It's a retelling of the text or a rereading of the text or shifting the text to the contemporary me. Me means the regional me not the universal me.
Mhm.
So that's textual analysis. Maybe Lisa can explain it in a bit, little more simpler and straight more. The question was to you, not to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree with everything you said. Obviously, we're reading a text for, we call it analysis, but you're reading a text for themes and form. And of course, we can just add to what you said, of course, the context, political context, the relevance to now, of course, everything you said is completely appropriate. And I would add maybe something about the the language, the way the language is used, and the way the language is different for the different characters, the rhythms of their speech, and things that are in the text that imply what's happening spatially. So you can hear where people are standing far away from each other. They're referring to calling, for example, or, somebody says, "Oh, please get off your knees. Do not kneel to me," right? Or something. It tells you something about where somebody was. So I don't know, we call it analysis because it sounds like we're very grown up, but it means learning the text, learning what it's made of in all of its aspects. And for everything that I've just left out, we add those too. I mean, it's learning it so it becomes a kind of a skin that you can live inside of. Yeah, and a lot of times we are reading plays in translation, which is a whole other issue, right? Then a lot of times there's some reality we have to reach for underneath the language. I think an easy example is A Doll's House, where most of the translations we have are very stilted. It doesn't have a natural flow for the way we use the English language now. Then there's another step in the analysis, is trying to feel the life of the text beyond the translation. So I think that's what I would say text analysis is. Also I guess, the playwright and the social context that the play is written in, or I mean, everything we can think of. How do you know another person? That's the same way we have to know a text. You learn how they express themselves and what kind of rooms they sit in, and everything. So I think for me, when I'm feeling a text, when I'm reading a text, there are little explosions, or I think of them as kind of stepping stones. As I'm reading the text, suddenly somebody uses an unusual word, or somebody refers to something, and I find those at certain intervals throughout a text, and I think those moments of recognition or impact on me become a kind of a way of moving through the text that's very important. Because I think we often forget that audiences are seeing the play one time.
Yes.
That's it. We can't just keep going on and getting more and more complicated, more and more layers of reference and something. We start losing an audience. So I always try to remember first readings or early readings where things are coming at me. As an actor working with a text, I often find that there's a certain line or section, or it could be a word that I hate to say. I can't stand it. Oh God, we're at this part again. It's like dragging a stone up a hill. And I have learned over the years that those are always the key to something that I've been missing. That's why I didn't like saying it, because it didn't go with something I had in my head or thought I was intending or something. If I can make peace, make more than peace, if I can make friends with that word, that phrase, that section, then everything starts to move in a different way. So I don't know, I'm putting all of those under the heading of text analysis. I don't know. And something I didn't get to say, I'm sorry, it's so late there. I'm sorry to keep you awake. Are you holding up there? It's very late where you are. Yeah, well, let me know, because here I have my whole day ahead of me. But I wanted to say something about this jargon or working in translation, and it's connected to Stanislavski also. And everybody we're reading, but the great Russian directors, is so much of what's written about him is focused on how to translate the words, how to translate his terms. And I know in my classroom, we make up our own vocabulary while we're working. I know that, in fact, I often with my students have something that we will call something like the remember when you did the let's do that again. Let's look at that some more. The okay, when I die, how are they going to translate my right? We have a whole vocabulary that emerges right there in the room when we're there. And I confess, well, I admire, or I'm jealous that you feel that you can use words like psychophysical or super objective, because in me, I hear those words and something just freezes in me. It is what I feel is the opposite of creative. It's the opposite. All I can think is, I wish I had been in the room when they thought up that word. What word? There must have been something they were seeing together or working through, or something that made that word make sense. And of course, now a word like psychophysical, it is important in connecting all the different people in the whole world who are interested in matters of actor training. This is our shorthand. But I just want to say, at the same time, it's serving that important function. For me as an actor, it just kills every creative feeling I have in me. That's what I want to say. Anyway, so back to the issue of working through translation, because so part of text analysis is certainly trying, what are we going to do with this awkward phrase, or whatever. Again, as I say, we just call it text analysis to be important. Really, we mean like read the damn thing and find out. And when you're talking about reading a text and through a certain lens, or recognizing a certain lens that you want to emphasize, or themes, or to take a certain direction, you're talking about knowing the play in the first place. Because a lot of the work that I see where people are, this is now Ramanjit's request for talking about like criticism or seeing what's happening now. I see new productions of old scripts where the directors, where the whole whatever group of people really did not understand the original text. They just didn't understand. They're not making a new text. They're not adding something to it. They're not inviting the audience to look through a certain lens. This is colonializing. This is something. They just didn't understand the play. And that drives me crazy. In China, I saw a production, an Indian production of Asian production of Twelfth Night. And oh, I'm sorry, I was just dreading it. Oh God, it's gonna go and they're gonna be these horrible subtitles. I'm not gonna understand anything and it's gonna drive me crazy. And oh my God, it was so fantastic. It was so fantastic. And it was exactly what you're describing. It was singing and dancing and beautiful costumes and colors. And this was at an international festival. So that's even more difficult to bring off, right? To achieve, because you're traveling. You're in a theater that you don't even know. You've been assigned a certain theater or stage. It's not even what you usually do, right? Where you usually are. But the main thing was that they understood the play. They really knew the play. And that was just a joy after seeing, you know, hundreds and hundreds of productions all over the world, and from all over the world, because I have spent so many years, well, since I guess 2005 or 6, at all the international festivals. So you're seeing work from a million different countries all over the place. And it's, I confess, it can be unusual to see new productions of plays where the original script, the original text was actually understood, what it was doing, how it was put together, how it, yeah, something. I'm thinking of that. Go ahead.
There's a question to you. Would you like to show some of your pictures?
Thank you. Yes, I did something a little different from what you prepared, speaking, which was very interesting and I enjoyed. You're talking a little more in depth about a couple of your productions, or several of your productions. What I did was I wanted to give a sense of the breadth of my work, not to say about me, but to say about how everything for me is interconnected. So, so I selected different areas of my work, and I chose 2 photos from each of those, and I think I can go through them fairly quickly, and the delightful Abanti has actually included my captions as well. So Abanti, if you put my thingies there. Oh, is this the first one I put? Oh, how dramatic. No, 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 no. You have to go back to, did we already see that? Yeah, maybe we saw this. Did we see this? Yes, this is the seminar conference.
1 second, Lissa. Please, Lissa, you have to send me this photograph, please. I don't have it.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love it. Yeah, and with the banner behind, so everyone can see. Wait, wait, wait. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. You can see Chandra Dasan there at the very right hand there. Yes. And this is me and myself. And this is the wonderful, sorry, I probably mispronounced his name, Shiva Prakash, but he, who Chandra Dasan introduced me to, who also came to visit me in Oakland, who also came to my school and gave a talk. And we have been friends ever since. So this was a wonderful experience. But for me, the thing about the trip to India was, here's my scholarship and talking about Kandinsky and Kandinsky's theater, and also teaching voice, and also performing in the park, everything, the opportunity to do everything. It just was very marvelous. So Abanti, next. Yeah, so this is just marking the visit that I got from himself. His very self came to a cafe. Actually, it's a I was remembering that when I came to visit India, Chandra Dasan was amazing. He put me up in his house and took me everywhere. It was actually about 3 weeks I was there, and you know, but when he came to visit me here, I had been ill for quite a while. I had some kind of flu. It was like a pre-COVID flu that I had had, and I was just emerging from that. I didn't do anything for him. He found his own places. It was just, I was just completely helpless from this long illness. But anyway, you see, I was excited to see him, and here we were. He even managed to get me to smile. So yes, and then we came to my house. So, okay. So Abanti, I will go to the next slide. This is to show a little something of my work as an actress. This is from The Mad Woman of Chaillot, and I played the Countess Aurelia. This is a wonderful scene, and here, Ramanjit, do you want to say something about yourself having played this role too?
Thank you, Lissa, for bringing that on. That comes from our last night's late night conversation, and we can stop share for a minute so that I could just share with my audience what I was telling Lissa and Chandraji, that we did Mad Woman of Chaillot with Neelam Man Singh Chaudhary ji, and we traveled to France, and I also played the Mad Woman. It was called Sheher Mere Di Pagal Aurat. I think I was all of 24, and we traveled to Festival d'Avignon in France, and we performed at Cloître des Carmes. And if you remember those hand-pulled rickshaws that we have here in India, we had one of those, and I would arrive in that. We gave that rickshaw to Festival d'Avignon, and it is there in the Avignon Museum. So it was quite interesting because I was very scared, as the role is supposed to be played by an older actor. And I was in my 20s, early 20s, and I thought the French critics are going to thrash me very badly. I'm not going to make it. But the beautiful moment was that we had Jean Giraudoux' son, Jean-Pierre Giraudoux, come all the way from Versailles, and he gave me one of the most cherished and treasured compliments. It means so much to me. So on the brochure, Jean-Pierre Giraudoux wrote, "To the best and the youngest living mad woman."
Oh,
And I have cherished it till the date and till date. And I think critics were also very kind to us. It was quite something. It was we opened the Indian chapter in Festival d'Avignon that year. Yeah, it was quite a memorable moment. One of those moments, that you can sit and talk on and go on and on talking about it. So when I saw your picture last night, when you shared it with us, the whole memory of it came back to me. But please tell us about your role and your experience of playing the Mad Woman.
So I'm in the company of two mad women.
ha 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 ha.
Yes, absolutely. You're in the middle of two mad women.
You're the madman. The madman.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, for me, what was interesting was that I I was just returning from 2 years living in Japan. And so actually when I was playing this part, I was a little bit having some reverse culture shock. But somebody very eminent after seeing the show said he felt that he was seeing something, some influence from Japanese theater in my performance of this elderly French woman. So that was kind of interesting. The other thing is that the costumes were the creation of a brilliant costume and set designer. His name is Warren Travis, Travis. Anyway, you can see in the, maybe Abanti, you can show us the picture again.
So, looking at the costume, I was reminded of the costumes that were designed by Neelamji. And, there's a lot of similarity in the way so many layers have been created.
That's
Because,
interesting.
the Mad Woman kind of had so many layers to her character. It kind of underlines the characteristic of this role.
Yeah, the director, what his other place in the world is Paris. You know how people just have affinities for a certain part of the world. He had lived in Paris and had a huge part of his theatrical life there. And so I think a lot of his images were very French.
Right.
I find this very French. I look like some kind of like a cream puff gone mad, It looks like a lot of whipped cream or something. Anyway, yes, but there was a certain severity in it too. Yeah, I'm sorry you can't exactly see it, but and I was working with a wonderful actor. Yeah. So, okay, let's see. For acting, I think I put one more picture after that. Yeah, just an example. And yes, this actor on the right also ended up being in the Politics of American Actor Training volume of essays that Chandra Dasan was in. So we were all in there together. Yes. This is actually the same director. His name is Robert Goldsby. Yeah, you can see Goldsby. So Pirandello. Yeah. Anyway, everything has a funny story. The story that goes with this was that they thought it would be funny to put on the promotional poster that there would be no playwright, and that it would be called just Tonight We Improvise, which is the name of the play. And so everybody thought, and when the show opened, that it was about was an evening of improvisation. It took a little bit of word of mouth to let people know that it was actually a play. But anyway, okay, Avanti, let's go, and we can go a little bit faster. This, I wanted to communicate something about my life as a recitalist, which is a wonderful way of continuing my work and promoting the work that I love. Around the world, I can travel. I'm not traveling with theaters. I'm not on rehearsal schedules with other people. I'm on a rehearsal schedule with myself. And as you can see here, my fellow actor and recitalist, Jerry McDaniel, wonderful actor. Anyway, here we are. A lot of my recitals are avant-garde material that I think hasn't been heard enough, or recitals that begin with classical material and travel through the canon to avant-garde material. Here we're doing readings from a very brilliant Yugoslavian novelist whose name is Milan Oklop. Mika Oklop is the name he's usually known by. He's sometimes called the Jack Kerouac of Yugoslavia. He wrote a novel that changed the cultural life of Yugoslavia. And after the war, he ended up in the Bay Area. And I was his editor for many, many years. And he died tragically, much, much too young in 2007. Since then, I have been editing and publishing his work and giving public recitals so people will know his work. We were also in this absolutely beautiful building designed by the most well-known, revered architect in the larger Bay Area where we are here, Julia Morgan. So it was a beautiful, beautiful night. And I love this picture. There are some very famous people in the audience there. But anyway, okay, next. This is also a recital. You can see the name there. I don't know how familiar that is in India. Gertrude Stein, S-T-E-I-N. I have dedicated a lot of my performance and recital life to her writings. They're avant-garde. She's American and she's from Oakland. She's from the city I have lived in now for many years. And she lived in Paris and was connected to all the great experimental painters of the early 20th century. Okay, next. This is just to show you some of my teaching life. Here I was working with very inexperienced students at the very famous Shanghai Theatre Academy. What was interesting, I was talking earlier about students, choosing students and students who stand out. So it was, they were working hard, and we did a lot of interesting work. A big focus here was on spatial relations, head levels, the stage areas, how they communicate. But there were two students who absolutely stood out. This goes back to, you know, the engineers and the good runners or something. Two students who stood out, and it turned out that one was this tall young man who was an expert at a certain kind of very difficult musical instrument that I didn't even know, but everybody knew him, that he was very famous, well known for working with this unusual instrument. And the other one was a young woman. I think it's the woman on my left. She turned out to have grown up in a family of calligraphers. She was a wonderful calligrapher. I got to see some of her work. But my point is that without even knowing that they had this kind of unusual excellence in their creative lives, I could absolutely see that habit of excellence in the way they handled our spatial exercises. So, and next. This is teaching, again, this is teaching professional actors at, as it says, again in Shanghai, but in a completely different part at what's called the Theater Above. They do a lot of touring, so we weren't able to work for very long, but they were fabulously engaged in everything. They were very curious about one thing. When they worked on their scenes, they were very pleased to give me translations of the scenes they were working on, and I never looked at them. I just watched them. And afterwards, everybody was very curious why I had never even looked at the text of the scene. So we had a lot of conversation about that. So, okay, next. Just to introduce you to my professional studio, which is called InterArts Training. My beautiful logo, which I found after looking for months and months and months, and found in an antique shop when I was leaving. I was exhausted and hungry. I picked up an old French dictionary and just opened it. And there it was. You see, it actually says A-R-T. It says art, but the initials for my program were I-A-T, and my acting program itself is called Actors Training Project. So we had ATP. It was all there. There is actually a website for my program, but it's so old. I don't think I've put anything there since 2004. So I don't know. There's a lot there though, but okay. Now I'm being a very serious working person. I'm in China and I'm watching along with the shows. It's an international festival. Along with the shows, they have a series of open discussions, kind of like this, where people, directors and people from the various companies come and talk about their work. And so I'm being a critic here. So once a year, when we have the festival, usually in the fall, I've been there every year since 2013, 14. I write a huge article reviewing all the shows and the whole festival. So here I am being serious. I'm listening intently. And here I am, it's reversed. I'm actually on stage and I am surrounded here by the most blazingly eminent people of the contemporary Chinese theater. I could talk about that forever, but these are the movers and shakers of the new theater in China, and they're brilliant and hilarious and completely eccentric. And I feel very much at home there. You see, everybody's talking and laughing, everybody's responsive, the audience is paying attention. Actually, I think that's the back of my son's head there in the audience. A joy, a joy. And I've actually published a few transcripts from some of them. Anyway, it's a lot of different people and speaking up there. And on this day, that's who we were. From that festival, I have been involved in working as first as a script advisor and then a dramaturg for this production. It is, as you're saying, it is looking at the story of Frankenstein through actually the lens of multi-generational sexual abuse. The director is the up-and-coming young director. His name is Yitang Ding. Excuse me, Chinese world, for my horrible pronunciation. But anyway, he lets people just know him as Ding. So that's pretty easy. Anyway, this is his show, and he brought it to the festival, and I was involved in this production for over a year. So I love it. And wonderful, wonderful young actors. My goodness. This is to represent a little bit of my directing life, mostly just because they have a lot of colors. But you see, the upper one is a play that Picasso wrote. So you can hear this is a theme of mine of different painters and people from other artistic fields who wrote plays for the theater. I cannot explain why I am so fascinated by that, but somehow it has followed me through my life. So here's a play by Picasso. And I have a private joke that the play is called Four Little Girls. And there was actually a fourth little girl, but when we were and I mean, she was there for all the performances. Then we were invited to an avant-garde theater festival in San Diego, and she got snowed in before we were supposed to go. She had gone skiing or something and gotten snowed in, and so I had to stand in for her at this festival. Oh my God, what am I? Anyway, so it's a joke for me that it's called Four Little Girls, but there are three little girls on stage. Yes, okay. The lower one was Strindberg's Ghost Sonata, which I co-directed. Someone asked about influences, and of course I have larger influences, but I mean from the international theater. But this director, his name was George House. He was a scholar, an actor, and a director, and a translator, and an editor. Sound familiar? He was in everything. And he was also my neighbor and my best friend. We directed together, we acted together. He was my doctoral dissertation director. He was my professor and he died suddenly. And he is a huge part of my life every day. I love to see this photo and look at those amazing colors. Look at, that was a wonderful design. That was a visiting designer. His name was James Gage, Gage. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, next. This was to try to represent something about my scholarly life, and kind of goes back to Chandra Dasan's first question to me early this morning about connecting Stanislavski and Kandinsky. So here is Stanislavski. I spoke at length about my understanding of Stanislavski from original materials, not from other versions of Stanislavski. And then connecting Stanislavski, Kandinsky, and even a third person, Oskar Schlemmer, as a kind of trajectory for creating a new actor. So Schlemmer was interested in space sculpture. This is to, again, try to say something about my scholarly life. This was in San Francisco, a wonderful organization called the Arts Resistance, which is spearheaded by a woman, a kind of genius woman, Zarina Zabriskie. And she invited me to talk to her group. She was having an evening for a painter who was just arriving from Russia. And she asked me to talk about Kandinsky and his political life. So that's what I was doing. And I think finish. Yes, this is just in last October, very, very pandemic world. This same Zarina Zabriskie has created a similar series to the one that Ramanjit has done here. But they're all connected somehow to Russia, which is where she was from. And so she asked me to speak on Kandinsky, on these different parts of him. So it was two different parts, again, which I love to be able to use the different parts of what I do. The first part of it was a lecture on Kandinsky's works for the theater, his plays, his writings, and of course his teaching that has so much influenced me. And the second part of it was reading from his poetry. And that was almost all of his poems. And I think the reading that I gave that day was probably the first in history in English. I've been working very closely with one of the most brilliant, important Kandinsky scholars in the world for some years now. She lives in Belgium, and she and I have, one of the things we've been doing, we've been writing together in the magazine where both Chandra Dasan and I have written over the years. And she and I have been writing for that same magazine, which is called Scene 4. And why did I start talking about? Oh, yes. She and I have been doing a series, which is called Kandinsky Anew, which is, again, trying to separate who Kandinsky really was from everything that people think they know about him. Very similar to the whole conversation we just had about Stanislavski and other lectures that I've given on that same subject. So the same thing for Kandinsky, but in that case, I get to work with her, who is so brilliant. She's now in her 80s, and she has dedicated her life to Kandinsky. So she has worked closely with me to render some of his poems into English, and we have been publishing them online. And I did a reading from all the poems we have, almost all the poems we have in English for this event. So, okay, that's the last one, maybe.
Yeah, so that photograph of that Frankenstein showed, I think, the cover page of Scene 4.
Yes, yes,
Scene 4.
yes.
And, it's a journal which you are instrumental to start. And I was also writing in it for some years. I was having a regular column in that journal, reporting
Yes.
from India. So what is happening in theater, Indian films, Indian art, Indian dance. So I was writing for it for some time.
And what's funny is you reminded us yesterday that we met the man who has been editor of that journal for over 20 years now on that very first, what we said early this morning here, that acting pro discussion group where you and I first met. His name is Arthur. For many years, he used the name Arthur Meiselman, but he has now, in his full glory, come to use the last name Adler. So he is actually closely related to the very, very famous Adler theater family. People will know the name maybe Stella Adler, her father, Jacob Adler. Yeah. Arthur is actually related to them, and he's been using the name Arthur Adler now. Anyway, that's kind of a perfect arc, as we say, from what we were saying from at the beginning, which was already late evening for you there, that we met at Acting Pro, then we both wrote for that magazine. And yes, when you just saw the Scene 4 magazine cover, that's what I was saying, that every year that I've been to the International Festival in China, I've written a huge piece. They're like, I think the short ones are 4,000 words. The long ones are 7,000 words. Anyway, and Arthur has published those in that.
There's a question, whether can you briefly explain why it's known as Scene 4?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's a good answer.
I think I asked him once and he didn't really answer me. I just knew at the beginning I was involved kind of with the beginning of the journal, the beginning of the magazine. But very early I realized it's really his, and he really has a very full idea of what he wants to do with it. And when he named it Scene 4, that clinched it for me. I thought, you see, if I were actually part of it, we would never call it Scene 4, but it has become a staple of cultural and arts magazines. I hope everybody listening will go and peek there. It really is quite a phenomenon. So.
And there's a question from Ramanjit. Can you explain, share something about the year of pandemic and what both of us are doing, like the creative interventions? For me, I can really put it in 3-4 lines. Is that one is that, as in the beginning, as I told you, I completed my research, I completed my dissertation, and I'm happy about the work which I did. It's some 360 pages of work with 8 chapters. It's much bigger than a routine doctoral thesis. And as answering to Ramanjit, it will be coming in print soon. It's not published. I have to just redraft it like that. I have to take little jargonic way of writing the dissertation and to slightly modify it, slightly explain it here and there, and it has to go to the press. And Lissa accidentally, Shiva Prakash was one of the examiners who has to read the dissertation. He was there. And that's one thing which I did do. And I was almost in my room, in my flat, reading and writing. I wrote a lot. And one thing which we casually started is a theatre talk series. It's spacing of the actor. That's the short name. A study on modern Indian theatre and its influences. And the other thing is, we very carefully started a theatre talk series. Actually, it was one of my students asked me, say, we are missing our theatre rehearsals, lessons, workshops, everything. So why not we come and have at least 1 hour of an interaction with us? So we just started it like that. But on the third, even the first session, I thought I'll do it just for my students in Malayalam, very casually, very lightly. But when it was announced in Facebook, people from Kolkata and other parts of India came with questions, which is the language. And I said mostly in Malayalam. And said, how can we follow? Then I said, I'll make it bilingual. So the first was bilingual, mixing English and Malayalam, but the second onwards it is English only. And then it became a very important talk series. I just withdrew from it. And we have a lot of very important theatre persons from all over the world coming and talking about certain aspect of theatre. It happened on all Sundays till March 23rd. 11 we started, go up to 2, 2:30, etc. And almost all important theatre people of India and from outside was part of it. Aramanjit was one of the speakers in that session. So she talked about the imagery of theatre. I remember that talk. So this talk series was going on, and the concluding talk, the first phase of the talk, it's still going on, was done by Richard Schreckner with an interaction about with him. So we discussed about various aspects of theatre, from acting training, directing, designing, theatre management, theatre pedagogy, folk theatre, traveling. So many things have been discussed. And this happened to be one of the most important events that was happening in Indian theatre during the pandemic. So we are very happy about it. It's known as Logatami Theatre Talk Series. And then suddenly we thought, no, this is immense material there. All these people, and we have a lot of people waiting for it, very important theatre people, theatre teachers, academicians, practitioners, directors, students, just theatre enthusiasts from all over India and sometimes from outside, waiting. And there's an interactive session also. So there's a talk for 1 hour, then there's interactive session, questions and answers, all those things happened. And we thought that it's a very important material. And we have kept all the recordings. And we thought of bringing out a book. And these talks are being transcribed, edited, and it is coming. We thought in the beginning 1 volume, but now it's 3 or 4 volumes of this talk series is coming out. The first volume is almost ready to go to the press. 12 talks. We have selected 12 from the initial period, edited it, sent back to the speaker, corrected it, and it's being designed, and we're waiting the lockdown to be over so that I can travel to the press, which is a little away, from 150 kilometers away from my place of residence. And so that the book we are expecting to be out in 2 months. It's called Mirage Spaces of Indian mirror spaces, Indian theatre and beyond. Mirror spaces, Indian theatre and beyond. So that's one thing that has been happening. That's a very useful work. So we are not on the foot, not doing the rehearsals, but we were thinking about theatre, we are talking about theatre, we are discussing theatre, different aspects of theatre, and we are communicating. And this became a platform to meet people. And I met Ramanjit there. I've seen her performing many years before. I've seen her performances because she acts in one of the most important companies of India, the company theatre, Neelam Mansing's most important actor she is. So I've seen at least 3 of her performances. So different people met, talked, interacted, and it is still going on now. Even after the pandemic, we thought that by March 27th, the last World Theatre Day, the pandemic is almost over, or we are going back to normal work. So we opened the theatre. We started the regular work, but we had to close it after 3 weeks. By March 27 we opened. April 15 we closed again. But even if there is no COVID, we decided to keep this discussion on, and we are doing it once in a year. Sorry, once in a month. It's now on all Fridays, second Fridays, 7 to 9 in evening India time. So we are keeping that open, and that series is going on. And the other thing is that now I'm writing projects. I'm thinking of if I cannot do a big doing big productions with a big cast, we can do some 1-actor shows, 2-actor shows with smaller kind of inputs, which is the theater is more transportable, easy to transport, where you can perform to a fewer number of audience, maybe in unconventional spaces. And some of the photographs you have been skipping was done as performances in outside, where people are audience and actors were mixing each other, and it's some other kind of productions which I was doing. That's the last production. It's improvised productions, including again inclusive theatre. It is on mental health literacy program of India, in state of Kerala. It's about mental health awareness, kind of applied kind of theatre. So it's there. Plus these online classes, online talks, online life. Life itself is becoming online, the new normal. Trying to get tuned to the new normal, but writing projects. And I'm also, maybe I'll be doing something digital also now, because physical theatre as such may not be that much possible. I don't know how long we have to wait for the audience to come back. We may be able to do a production, but can the audience come back and sit as they sat 1.5 years before? I am not sure. So maybe some digital theatre or something like that also. I'm thinking about it, doing it. Maybe that also will be coming out. That's in planning only. I not started doing anything. So it's the new normal theatre activities, to make it brief. That's what I was doing in the time of pandemic, and I don't know what Lissa was doing.
Well, some of it you've already heard because of my Kandinsky Anew series in scene 4. I was saying that I've been working with this woman in Belgium. That is very involving, and I'm lucky that that was not really affected by so directly by the pandemic, because since she's so far away, we've always worked online. Those are a lot of work. I'm also a member of the International Association of Theatre Critics, which has its own journal, which I was also involved in founding. Its journal is called Critical Stages, actually early on, I did an interview with Chandra Dasan, which is in that Critical Stages journal. And I have two pieces coming out that I've written during the pandemic. One is on China. So last year for 2020, the international festival had to be canceled. It was very, very sad. And so I interviewed, I think 11 or 12 people involved with that festival about what they were doing instead of the pandemic, and created a kind of chronicle of the pandemic in China as it was experienced by its theater professionals and allies. So that is coming out in a couple of weeks in the Critical Stages journal. And the other piece is something that I have been thinking a lot about during the pandemic, is my how where I am, my feeling about where I am has changed. So I spent a lot of time, a lot of my career in Eastern Europe and in Asia. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I was watching a lot of shows from Eastern Europe. I was attending festivals and productions and interviews and discussions. But as time went on, I started feeling much more where I am. And I kind of fell in love with theater in Oakland. And I'm so sorry that the things that I love here were not available when you were here. That's how fast everything changes. One of the most amazing theater companies from one of the most difficult, troubled part of Oakland has just closed down. They just lost their space. The whole venue has been closed down. And the show, so my second piece for Critical Stages is a review of a show here by a company that I didn't know when you were here. I don't think they were in Oakland at that time. They've lost their space several times. Marvelous. Oh my goodness. They were the first theater that our county gave permission to do shows if the audience was enclosed in a car. So I saw this show in a parking lot in my next door neighbor's car, my son Kirill sitting in the back seat. And the show was projected onto the side of a building, a beautiful old Beaux-Arts building, train station. Anyway, so I have been seeing what I've been seeing and writing what I've been writing for publication. I saw also in the East Bay, I don't know if you saw the California Shakespeare Company. They call themselves Cal Shakes. It's out in Concord. It's kind of in the suburb. Yeah. They did an online Oresteia. And I thought, how are they going to do that? You know, when I think of all the Greek productions I've seen, including the original Greek productions, I mean, reconstructions of original productions, I'm always seeing all the actors very far away. But this Oresteia was done like we're doing it in Zoom, with each actor's face, like we are, just framed very close around the face. And it was mesmerizing to see this enormous play with these complex ideas up face, the actors' faces, and they were marvelous. So, and I had just seen at the beginning of the pandemic, I saw the first production from the theater of Epidaurus. Did you see that?
Curators.
It was an online production of Aeschylus's The Persians. It was the first time a production from Epidaurus had been live streamed on the internet. The first time in history. God, I think that was the first show I saw at the beginning of the pandemic. And I thought, oh, pandemic, this isn't that bad. I can see this, you know. Then I went to a Georgian festival, the showcase there. So having just seen that production at Epidaurus, and then seen just a few minutes from me on a subway to see this Greek play, the faces so close up, I just loved it. Other than that, you know, as I said yesterday, we're just, 48 hours into people trying to say that we can walk outside without a mask or something, or restaurants trying to have customers inside as they've only been outside. I don't know. I mean, the theaters that have outdoor spaces, they can do more. They have like 30%. They're allowed to have 30% audience capacity. But I mean, it's nothing, you know, it's nothing. It's nothing. Our neighborhood is just devastated. Everything we loved is closed down, and there isn't really any theater. And so I've been really lucky that the things I've seen right here in Oakland have been absolutely fantastic. So seeing them is one thing I've been doing during the pandemic, and writing about them is another thing, writing for publication. And
So that's it. I was
thinking new thoughts, having a different kind of space for thinking about what I do, what I want to do. And I think it's like that for everybody.
it's like that for everybody. We have to just go ahead, do whatever you can do today, and then dream about tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what theater tells us.
Yeah.
Do.
But I mean, this is also interesting because it's just so dramatic. I think I was trying to say that very early this morning, because we've lost so much that was familiar, and everything is changing so much. But I've also, you know, had reunions with people I haven't seen for many, many years, people who are really important to me. And finally, there's time to talk to them. Or a new friend. I hope I know Ramanjit my whole life. She's my new best friend forever. She's just fantastic. So there's so much that is lost and so much that's new. I went to get my hair cut, and the man who's the barber, I go to a barber. I don't go to a salon. I go to a men's barber shop and say, just cut it across the bottom. The man who's been doing that for me for 26 years, I went to, and he's dead. You know, it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot of everything.
We can keep on talking and talking, and we thought we'll be talking for 2 hours, but it's already 3.5 hours. over, and we can keep on talking.
Well, it depends on you. I mean, I didn't get to hear so far. I haven't gotten to hear about your. Yesterday you started to talk about some of the interesting people you met on your travels, but I don't know. I'm very aware that it's so late where you are. I'm sorry. And thank you. And thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, for being up so late. So if you're finished and ready to sleep, I'll just ask you again when we're not being recorded.
No.
If you have anything, what you were directing in Lithuania, where I also went, and you were also with Peter Schumann.
Yeah, I've been traveling to say from. I did an exhaustive travel through the states from California, from San Diego to northern part of California, to Minneapolis, to Oregon, to Philadelphia, to New York, to Vermont, Oregon. So it's an exhaustive travel throughout the states, many important theater spaces. In between, I met Tim Robbins, who is another very important Hollywood actor, very famous Tim Robbins. But he is a theater director also. He has a company named the Actors Gang in Los Angeles. I saw a wonderful production.
Tim Robbins, yes,
Tim Robbins. Yes, I met him, and I was privileged to be invited by him to see Lysistrata, a wonderful production. Lysistrata in a cabaret form. And he invited for a workshop, to witness a workshop, but I couldn't do that. The other important person which I met is Peter Schumann, which I wanted to meet for long. So two of his productions, I talked to him. I saw the museum of his, and I saw him acting and singing and performing and directing, and so great. And you worked with him, I know, in Vermont, and
California, both. Yeah, I did two.
I tell to my Indian friends that in the theater of, means I just forgot the name of that particular village in Vermont where Schumann's theater is there.
Glover.
Yes, Glover. And you do not have a mobile connection. You will not get a range in your mobile connection in that village. And you have to drive 5 miles to find a tea shop to have a coffee. It's such a remote place. And he has decided very purposely that no, I am going to stay here. Those people who want to see my place to come here and watch it. And that's happening there. And incredibly fiery person. That's one person I met. And then I met Randy Schultz. Yes, Randy Schultz. He's a Native American playwright and director. He's a professor also. And I saw his production of Off the Rail, which is an adaptation of Measure for Measure. It's an adaptation. It speaks about the genocide of the Native Indians and the American boarding schools where the cultural transition of the Native people is being done. It's a rereading and speaking about of their experience of being in America. He's a wonderful person to meet. And then Luis Valdez, I said, Luis Valdez is known as the father of the Chicano theater, the Spanish immigrants coming from Latin America, and a very important theater person. In the 60s, he's very radical and has established his own theater company. And so the person who wrote Zoot Zoot and directed, I've been lucky to have a workshop in his theater group and then talk to him and see his son directing Zoot Zoot in Berkeley. No, San Jose University, which is supposed to be the Silicon Valley of America, where a lot of computer these things happening. Software's development happens. San Jose, San Jose. That's what I think I misname it. I saw the productions of Mary Zimmerman, two of her productions, the very important contemporary theatre director, influenced by the East and also doing musicals. So many other directors and contemporary writers, important talks and discussions. And so the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, all the 11 plays have been there for a week or so, the 8 days or 9 days to see the 11th place. So I was there. I wanted to meet Robert Wilson, but he was not there at that time when I was in New York. He was visiting Europe with this company. So he wrote me that no, I can go to the Watermill Station, which is his theater and the museum and some workshops, this and that will be there. You can go and be there and see the space. But since he was not there, I was not much interested to go and see just the, I don't know what I was waiting. There was no show also. So I missed Robert Wilson there. So I saw so many important productions, places, and one fantastic theater. I forgot the name of the directors. Is A Noise Within in Los Angeles. It's the name of the company, A Noise Within, and that's a bracket from Shakespeare's one of the plays. A Noise Within. You hear somebody saying something like that. So two productions there. One was Three Penny Opera by Bertolt Brecht, and the other was Julius Caesar. And Julius Caesar was fantastic, and the other production also. So that's one company which I loved the most, to go again and again to see the other productions. So I've been witnessing a lot of other productions, a lot of open air productions, means theatre in the park, which you see everywhere in the summertime in every cities. I've seen a wonderful two-actor Shakespeare performances in San Diego. Two actors comes to a park, perform a Shakespeare play in 20 minutes. So I saw Midsummer Night's Dream in 20 minutes by two actors. And then they thought, I just went to them and talked to them and said, I'm coming from India. And they say, we have one other production which we alternatively perform every Sunday, we do it. Then I asked him, which is the other play? Then he said, Hamlet. So I said, no, but I am not here for the next week. I am going back tomorrow. I should have loved to see it. Then they said, okay, we will do it for you. And they did the Hamlet also.
Oh, that's great. That's a great story.
Great actors, great actors. They do everything, all the roles, and stage arrangements, management, even asking people to clap when they are. So it's wonderful. It's so it is a very different kind of experience. And as Lissa said, sometimes the very big theatre groups, the very big companies make you a little desperate, like the Globe Theatre and musicals. Musicals. I remember many musicals, including The Man of La Mancha, where one of my friend, David, is acting as Don Quixote. Wonderful performer. So many of the music I've seen at least, and I saw at least 25 Shakespeare. Shakespeare is the most selling playwright in America. And one of the young playwright complained to me that no, we have the contemporary playwrights has to compete with Shakespeare because the company will decide whether your play is taken or a Shakespeare is to be taken. And they take Shakespeare for two reasons: because they need not pay any royalty, no payment for Shakespeare is needed, and Shakespeare will not come and complain about the changes they made in the text.
If they made changes. Yeah, I saw when I was in Japan, I saw in a very ugly concrete room, 3 actors do Macbeth. They were standing on a tiny table, on top of a table, like a small kind of kitchen table size. I mean, Yeah, not big. And they moved, and they they didn't just stand there. They used the space that they had, and yes, it was very very marvelous. But I think we do Shakespeare because it's the best. So yes, I'm happy to have that on record. We do Shakespeare because it's the best. It gives us every opportunity to do everything.
And I saw that Pericles, which you suggested in Oregon Shakespeare Festival.
Aha.
That is a very good show. Pericles.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me again what you saw there.
Oregon Shakespeare Festival.
Yeah,
Oregon.
but what shows did you? Yes. But what shows did you see?
I saw almost all the 11 shows, but Pericles stood
I
up.
saw Pericles. Yeah, I saw their Pericles.
You saw it. You were there before me, and you wrote about that festival, I think. And you suggested that no, that play is very good. It was sold out. The play was sold out for 3 months, but on with the tag of the Fulbright scholar from India visiting, I could get free tickets for all the whole festivals. They said you come for this show on this day. They made the calendar. You will be seeing this play at this time, and then you will be seeing that play at this time, and so they gave me all the tickets, and it's lucky to see all the productions happening in that festival.
Yeah. And I mean, and that says a lot because Pericles is a pretty difficult play. It's just difficult, but they managed to do something very wonderful with it. Yeah. One thing that I've been interested in for some time is the creation of public figures. I mean, it's been kind of a theme, right? How did Stanislavski become that figure? Like at the end of his life, somebody sent him a doctoral thesis about Stanislavski's work, and Stanislavski couldn't read it. His wife reported after he died. She said, "God, it's so boring," right? So, how do people become that public person? And I think they never have anything to do with the person. And sometimes there's somebody who has been introduced as a really wonderful person, and then when I meet them, they're just horrible. I can't talk to them. They're boring. They're snobs. They're something. But I had kind of the opposite experience with Robert Wilson, who I met in Taiwan. I find a lot of his productions, I don't know, somehow his productions, his way of thinking, his way of using people who are what we now call mentally challenged or working with somebody autistic. These things bother me. I don't really have an affinity for them. But let me tell you, he is the most charming person. Meeting him in person, he is so warm and funny. And he gave a lecture just in a kind of a small room that was brilliant on form and kind of like those stepping stones I was talking about, how you take yourself through a piece. And of course, then he did a show in Beijing, and I think that's the one where he was booed and they had to close it down. I don't know. I don't have an affinity for his theater itself, but I would just like to report he's a really nice person. So, okay. If you have another couple minutes, I'm very interested to hear more about your time in Lithuania, what it was actually like to work with these actors. Yeah, what it felt like. Was this the kind of national building where they have those beautiful sculptures over the door, or no?
Lithuania is a very, very interesting country for me because uh, I went there. I was invited to do a production as part of an art festival. It's an international art festival happening. It's that artists from different parts of the world, from Canada to America to France to African countries to Thailand, some 20-25 of them coming together, living together for 2 weeks, doing paintings and sculpture. They were just
That's great.
visual artists, and it was just that. But the person means these people who are behind this thing. They thought that no, we have to include other forms of expression like music, film, and theater also. So we have some sessions with interaction with musicians and their shows, and then films, shows, etc. And then the people will be doing painting. There was an international exhibition of some 100 and above paintings from different parts of the world, contemporary paintings exhibited. Plus, artists are working live. So one very good thing I liked is that it's not just artists, ordinary people from the town, from the city, paintings means colors, canvases, and brushes, and they also were doing the same work. So it's artists coming from different parts of the world, along with local children and very old ladies. So I remember one particular lady. She was 75 up. Her name was Rose. She was a teacher. She came with the canvas and started painting. So these international artists will go there and they'll watch them painting and they'll suggest something. And they bring a lot of food, cakes, and wine.
Oh my God! Oh, I want to go there.
They get meat and they grill it there. So it's grilling meat, eating cakes and wine and painting. It goes on and on, and it's so fantastic to talk to these people about their life, this thing. And I was to do a play or a workshop. That is the basic thing. I have to do a workshop with these artists. Have to make, and there was musicians also coming from different. I just remember somebody coming from Denmark who can play saxophone. A very old person who plays saxophone. So I was asked to do a production there, and I reached some 3 weeks before. I was there for a month, and they invited actors from the city to do a workshop with me and a production with me. And if I tell this story, it will just go long. I don't know what I'm going to do there. I had my text of Antony and Cleopatra with me, the Shakespeare, so that I carried. And when I reached there, her name is Sita. Sita was the person who was inviting me. Zita, they call it Sita. She asked me, what are you going to do? I said, I don't know. I will do a workshop and then decide. But I have Antony and Cleopatra with me. He looked at me and said, Antony and Cleopatra by Shakespeare. I said, yes. Why Shakespeare? He's a colonialist. And we have been undergoing different kinds of colonizing from Russian side, from Polish side, from Europe. And we have been ruined by colonization, one after another. And you are doing a play by a colonizer. He said, no, I am interested in Cleopatra. What is exactly Cleopatra? And what is her, she falls in love with, or she attracts men, a number of men. Why? For what? Was it a kind of sexual desire or a kind of extreme sexual behavior? Why she invites? Or when I thought back, she was making those men who came to attack Egypt. So all these lovers actually came to attack Egypt, conquer Egypt. So she made all them her slaves with the weapon of love. So was she using her own body as a weapon to fight against colonizer, because these people are having better kind of weapons and stronger military. So a military setback. So she was protecting Egypt, and she is Egypt. She is Egypt, fighting with the body. So it's about it's against the process of colonization, and she is the snake of the Nile, and she dies by a snake bite. So she's the serpent snake. Then she told me there's another story about a snake in our myth. She told me a Lithuanian story about a young girl falling in love with a snake and forced to marry him, and etc. etc. So anyway, I said, okay, let it be there. And then we had a workshop, and one wonderful actress, name is Lina. She, along with some friends, came and joined the workshop, and she was terrific. And she was a teacher in a school of drama there. She has her dance and background, her movement background, and a good actor also. And I found at the workshop, the other male actors and other people do not match her, and she's very different. And she came to know how an Indian director approaches an actor. What's the difference between the Western approach of doing theater and an Indian actor? She wants to know that and experience that. That was her aim. So I said, no, we'll do a play mixing up the two stories. You just take the character of Cleopatra out of it, and then the character of Aglaé from the Lithuanian myth, which is a very popular myth there. So we are going to do a play with that, and you will be performing as an actor, performing both the roles. So you have yourself plus two characters to embody, and you are going to be the major actor. We'll be having other characters, other things coming into just to aid you, and support you. Anthony may come and say a dialogue. So we can add them later. So let us work together and then design a movement pattern, an acting design, and a performance design will work just between us. And we started working. And then I'll be reading the lines of Anthony from my side, just to help her to go ahead. And we are devising it, the movement, the patterns, and the acting style was different. It was a kind of ritualistic performance. People were sandwiched in between, sitting on both sides, and she was performing inside. At one point I said, no, why should we invite the other actors? Maybe if you need, I can just read the lines from here. I need not come to the stage. You can continue acting. And so he said, fine. You just give the lines of that cue lines or the very small brief lines from there. I'll do that. And then after a point she said, no, I don't need that also. I don't need it. I can just go ahead without that. And she performed as a one actor show. She performed as Cleopatra, she performed as Aglaé, and at times she shifted to Antony, or at times she acted as if she's hearing Antony, and we understand from the response what he said. And she acted as a snake god also. She acted as a snake god. And that's a transformation that we can do in Indian theater. The actor is different from the character. An actor can take so many characters in one play, even without a change in costume. You can behave as Shiva, then you can go as Parvati. You can be Krishna, you can be Radha. We did not have another actor to perform that role. So that's in Kudiyatam, in the Kerala tradition of Indian theater, not in the general Indian theater. We call it Pagarnatam, means transferring of roles. So I use that concept there. So it's very clear, the audience can know now she's acting as Sylvanas, and now she's acting as Aglaé. Now she's with slight changes in lighting and music also you can use it. So it was a kind of experience where this play has been put up. It was Shakespeare, Lithuanian myth, and Indian tradition of performance making. The real Kerala ritual theater inside it. So that's one thing which I did in Lithuania. And after some time, it was an international audience. Like some people do not know. They're coming from different parts of the world. They know English as the common connecting language. Before 1 week of the show, I asked Lina, would you like to speak in English? So we are doing it in English. Do you like to speak in English, or do you want to do the play in Lithuanian language? She said Lithuanian language is much more, I think. Then I asked her, can you translate it tomorrow and then say the lines in Lithuanian? And the next day she came with the whole translation. After we did the play in Lithuanian, and then there was a kind of doubt from the organizers. They said, no, because people cannot understand Lithuanian. So what will you do? I said, we'll have a subtitle being projected. So there was a screen, and the lines which we were speaking in Lithuanian went in English there. And before the show, I said, no. So it was audience are on both sides as a sandwich. I said, no, so we have only one screen here. So those people who cannot follow Lithuanian should sit this side. And all those read it.
But also, this is a much better solution than having the performance in English and then horrible subtitle translations into Lithuanian, right? Because you already have the text.
Yes.
In English, there, yeah.
Until when Lina speaks about aura, aura means the ocean. That aura cannot match ocean. The whole phonetics and the way of saying and the body language associated with, she's much more comfortable in her mother tongue.
Yeah.
So we did it in Lithuanian language, and it was a very interesting kind of approaching a production which I went without any idea, just with the text of William Shakespeare in my hand, which I was reading then, and the story which I has been told, and this wonderful actor Lina who make it, and we planned of 7-8 actors and decided finally coming to one person. I don't know what the other actors might have felt, but for this production, and you have to be actor. And I did one other thing in this production. So I asked 4 artists to paint when the production is going on. We have big canvases hanged at 4 corners of this sandwich area, and 2 Lithuanians, one from Bali and another from a wonderful lady from Iran, was painting. Their response of seeing the play, they don't know what the play is about. So they are seeing it, watching it, and painting it. And so the audience can see the play, they can see this artist painting, and they can see finally the 4 paintings that came out of the production. And one of the painting was sold.
Oh my goodness.
It has been sold at the moment itself, and the money went to the artist. I think it was by the Bali painter who came from the Bali Islands. So that's I just connected this art because I have a liking for art and painting and love actors. So that's the play was named Aglaé and Cleopatra. Aglaé and Cleopatra.
Yeah.
So it's about love. What love means and what love does to a female, and the play ends with the response of the actor towards the whole plot of this performance. She just loosed herself and does a ritualistic kind of dance, disturbing, and the whole scenic setting rolling down in ecstasy, and the play ended like that. So that was my experience with Lithuanian. But Lithuania is under a kind of crisis. So they don't know where they are going. So they are being out of the Russian influence. It was the first country to be liberated from the Russian USSR. And they are out of it. But I could see that whatever good is remaining there is from the Russian kind of uh, part-time. The theaters, the spaces, the constructions, the buildings, everything, the buses from the Russian period, and they have a lot of problems of unemployment. And I'll just finish it like this. In one scene, Lina has to really smile and laugh, and she was not, as you said, you are not convincing. I said, Lina, yeah, smile, you smile. Why you are doing everything else so fine? So why don't you smile from your heart? Why don't you have a good smile? And she looked at me. Have you seen the Lithuanians on the street?
Yeah, that they're famous. They're famous for looking depressed. Yeah.
You should have noticed that no Lithuanian is smiling.
Yeah.
Nobody is smiling. We forgot how to smile.
Yeah.
We are living in that kind of a time. So how can you expect me to smile on stage? So this is the life reality.
Yeah.
So it was teaching me a lot about contemporary life, acting, showing up things, how your life affects your thing, and she was a wonderful Stanislavski actor also. Whenever she has a problem, she'll just stop and say, "Stan, please help me," and then she comes back. Kind of wonderful Stanislavski actor, but highly physical. Because I am doing the other kind of theater, the physical theater, because she wanted to taste the Indian way of performing. So
Yeah.
that's Lithuanian experience. That to say.
Marvelous. Thank you for describing all that. I feel like I just went to the theater. That was fantastic. Yeah. And of course, for me, selfishly, I love to hear the word painting over and over again. I think maybe where psychology was kind of in charge of the theater for so many decades, during all that time, it was painting that was making me feel connected to actors and the theater. And for me, it's also connected to the question of influences, because Stanislavski said, he talks a lot in My Life in Art about the great opera singer Shaliapin. Shaliapin. And Shaliapin said, which again was one of these turning points in my own thinking, he said that he had learned much more about acting from his painter friends than he ever did from actors. Why does that excite me so much? I just love that idea. And so yeah, I feel like even if I trace influences or something, I still end up back at painting. Then there was a period here when there were quite a number of books coming out of kind of Hollywood actors, people who were known, celebrity actors. And what were they all doing when they were not acting? They were all painting, every one of them. And there were books of all these actors spending all their free time painting. I cannot explain how this fascination fell out of the sky into my brain, but it's been there since about 1984. So I love to hear that you were at this festival of people painting together from around the world. That is just absolutely astonishing. And also what you were talking about, Kandinsky did a very famous experiment early in his life with the theater. So around 1909 or something. It was with a dancer and a musician and himself, the painter. And they would For example, the dancer would dance a painting, and then the musician would guess which painting it was from and play his own thinking about the painting. So they were looking for those internal, interior connections between things. So they were, yes, playing in their own field, and then they were each guessing, I think this piece of music was that painting. Oh, I think that painting was that dance or something like that. Yeah, interesting.
And the most important thing which I did in my Fulbright travel is the spending of a few days in MoMA, Museum of Modern Art.
Oh,
Uh,
and what was there? What was the show? I mean, was there? Of course, there's always all the departments.
I was more spending more time with the Impressionism and Expressionism that period, with Van Gogh and Picasso, and I didn't go much to that very modern kind of sections. I was, uh, and of course, the museum at Minneapolis. When I came to, I think San Francisco Museum was closed because there's some renovation was going on.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't see that. And
So you see, we start with this idea that acting, the theater, is all about this psychology, and that if you follow the train of thought of each of these productions, each of these actors' processes, we finally come to their interior life, to their psychology. But I don't think so. I think behind every actor is a good painter. Or an interested painter, or I mean, think how many times it's come up in this conversation, right? It's very inspiring. Why is that? It's getting out of yourself, not into yourself. It's out of yourself. And Stanislavski also knew a lot of painters, and where he got really jealous was when the people up the road were doing their theater productions, and they had really good painters come in and design the sets. There, Stanislavski said, "Oh my God, this little shows we've been doing at home, that's the end." And
I think I've seen 2 or 3 Kandinsky originals in MoMA.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, I can't say that I came to him, to Kandinsky, through his paintings. I know everybody else did. They're really interested in him for his paintings. I have learned over the years. My father was very interested in both Kandinsky and Paul Klee, Klee.
Portly is there. Portly is there in MoMA.
Sorry?
A lot of Portly works are there in MoMA.
Yes. Also here in San Francisco. Yes, my father really loved all that work. So I had grown up with it. I wasn't that crazy about Kandinsky's paintings. It was a lot of hard work for me. Now I love many. It was his writings that really were such a revelation for me. His teaching, his writings about teaching, really, I recommend them. So yeah. Well, I know there were other things that Ramanjit asked us to talk about yesterday, but I don't know. I don't know if we're done. She had questions about, what a dramaturg does, or she was thinking about playwriting, for example. What else did she say? Yeah, playwriting, the critic. Yeah, we have our list here.
I was thinking this is a good moment for me to step in. And
Yeah.
you're right. I've also written in my notebook that, we must talk about the effect of Chinese theater on your work. We must talk about dramaturgy that we were talking about, and also the vacuum about playwriting, Chandraji, that we were. So, what we could also look at is, part two of this episode, if both of you are willing and both of you can take out time from your busy schedules or locked down busy schedules. I'm not aware of your daily schedule much, but I know Chandraji is very busy and he's sending his webinar messages late night. So I said, I'm not the only night part. A lot of times I get messages from him late night. So he has a very busy schedule. But I thought that there were some very important issues which would need a lot of time. I'm not sure what Chandraji would like, but I think in case we are all willing to talk about it, then part two might be a good idea. What do you say, Chandraji?
You can think about it.
Yeah. Or would you prefer to talk now for another half an hour, 45 minutes, or 1 hour, whatever it takes? I think a fresh uh, mm, thought might help. What do you say? To talk about dramaturgy, and or would you prefer continue talking?
If it's just dramaturgy, I think we can do it today itself because it may not need much time.
Right, sure. Sure, of course, we could. Because it was an important point, and yeah, so go ahead.
Maybe Lissa will be in a better position to speak about dramaturgy because
Yeah,
in America they have this system of having a dramaturg. And there are degree courses, means courses for dramaturgy, where people are taught to be a dramaturg.
dramaturg, yeah.
Yeah.
So, fine, Lisa, go ahead. Let's hear from you. What do you think of processes, methodologies for dramaturgy, or what are your thoughts about it?
I'll tell you one instance which I have encountered in America. See, that's very interesting for Indians, which at least I cannot tell you. So, Guthrie Theatre is one of the most important theaters of America. It's one of it's in Minneapolis. Guthrie Theatre. Am I right? Guthrie or Guthrie? How do you tell it?
We have someone called Sheila Go, and she has said part two, please. Yeah, please go ahead, Chandraji.
In Guthrie Theatre, uh, it's a fantastic theater with a multi-storied building and three theaters going. And in 80s, early 80s, in 80s or early 90s, they decided to perform an Indian play. And that Indian play selected was Hayavadana. And the director is from America, the actors were from there, and they needed a dramaturg who can explain what this term means, what each of the. It's not Hayavadana, it's the other play, Nagamandala.
Nagamandala. Yes, that's what I thought. Yeah.
It's Nagamandala. It's Nagamandala. So, what is Naga means and what is
So,
this?
Lisa, I'll just give a bit of context here, my context, that my first play in the lead role, I had another play with Neelam ji, but that was Nagamandala that we did in 89, and we continue to perform it till date. We
So,
started in 89, and I had another co-actor, and lately, since past 12 years or more, I've been performing with Vansh Bhardwaj, my co-actor. And the interesting part is that how every version has grown the way we have grown as people. I
love
was
it.
17 or something at that point of time. And I mean, I wasn't even an adult when I did my first version. And then, of course, how you grow up to be a woman. And even for Neelamji, Rani, the protagonist, is a woman in her own being. And then later on, she becomes someone who's very aware of her own passions and desires. And it's almost like that she evokes this whole illusion of Naga, and she, you know,
Mm.
invites this whole world of desire. So it's been quite interesting that how Nagamandala kind of sums up my whole life as an actor in a way, because it has continued till
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
So,
Over to you, Chandra.
so they have this Nagamandala to be performed in English to the American audience, and they invited one actor, dancer from Chennai, Madras, to act as Rani, and the other actors are from America. So they needed somebody to explain what each term means and what this action means and what exactly the connotation of this, what is history, what is the cultural, all these things are to be done by a dramaturg, not interpretation of the play. The interpretation of the play and the execution of the play, the director will be doing it. But to help the director and the actor to explain, and these can be the possible meanings, and these are the layers, and this is the costume like, and this is the lamp, and this is the importance of this. They needed a dramaturg. And you know who was the dramaturg of that play there?
Chandra Dasan.
No, it was Girish Karnad.
Oh,
They,
himself.
yes, they invited
Right,
Girish Karnad as the dramaturg of the play in Gati Theatre.
right.
I was told about this by one of the actors who happened to be playing the lamp in the first scene, one of the lamps. She is known as Miria, that's her name, and she happened to be her mother's house in Kerala. Her mother was a migrant from India to States, married a German, and she was born there. But her house has, and she said it was just my luck. And she was, or she is, I don't know whether she's continuing with Oregon Shakespeare Festival, which is one of the biggest theater event happening in America. And she's one of the lead actors of the company for the many years. And now, Lisa might have seen her in Antony and Cleopatra. The same year when Pericles was there, the production of Antony and Cleopatra, she was Cleopatra. She was performing as Cleopatra, and her name is Miriam. And she told me that she was studying in a college there, final year theater student, and a few students are sent to this Guthrie Theatre as what to say, apprentice or kind of observing the plays, the rehearsals as part of the curriculum. So she was one of the five students selected by Guthrie to attend this thing. And they were just watching there and helping the other rehearsal process, studying how the production takes place. And Girish Karnad was there doing this. So just because Girish Karnad was there and they were introduced, and she said, "No, I have my lineage back in India." Girish said, and do you like acting? Girish asked. Sure. So why not you act? And he asked the director to cast her in one of these minor roles. So she happened to be acting in that play. She happened to be an actor in that Agamadala in the first scene, one of the women coming with that lamps and gossiping about what's happening in my house, this house,
The
etc.
light.
Yes, the lights. And then she said, so I'm in the Guthrie Theatre. I'm an actor of the Guthrie Theatre. This gives me a tag. So I can go with the tag to any other theatre and say, I am from Guthrie Theatre. I have acted in a Guthrie play. So that will get me a chance in some other company. So I went to New York with this tag and I happened to be in one group. So with that tag, I went and finally I ended in Broadway. She was acting in Broadway. And then from Broadway, she was invited to join Oregon Shakespeare Festival. It's a very safe, secure place for an actor. You get your residence, you get your food, you get your money, and the work is there. So she said, it's just my luck that I am here, not just my talent. If Girish was not there at that time, as the dramaturg, I should not have been in that play. If I was not in that play, I may not be doing theatre at all professionally. So this saying the story, I think I explained what a dramaturg is expected to do, but Lissa can complete it.
Great story. Again, again, great story. I think, first of all, I would say nobody knows what a dramaturg does. It really ends up being
I like that.
it ends up being whatever the specific theater, whatever gap they're trying to fill. So, for example, it might be if it's an inexperienced director, then the dramaturg might be there to kind of help them, guide them a little bit while pretending that they're not helping and guiding. Or it could be like what you just heard, someone who comes, well, of course, my theme has been the director scholar and the actor scholar, but because I'm not in charge of the whole world, everybody isn't trained that way. And so actors and directors are never trained in the scholarship, and or except maybe they have one course or something. It's just a terrible oversight. So yes, you would have someone who actually knows the plays, who has done the scholarship about the plays, come and talk with the director, talk with the actors. The theater I was talking about before, where they did the Oresteia with the faces very, very close up, they have a very popular, very accomplished dramaturg there. What they use her for, it's called the Shakespeare, it's a Shakespeare theater. It's called California Shakespeare. They have an outdoor theater that's surrounded by these beautiful groves of trees. And she gives talks before the productions to the audiences. She explains, this is where this was in his canon. This is what it meant to audiences at the time. This is, watch for this, listen for this. This is something new that he had never done before. This is connected to classical plays that he knew. This is something he made up. This is something funny where he made a mistake, because he does make mistakes. He gets confused in his plots and has characters who do strange things. And so there, that's what that dramaturg is. So it's filling in kind of the scholarship, or as you heard, might be working, yes, in rehearsals, might be working with the director, working with the actors. I remember here some years ago, there was a pretty popular theater here that did a Romanian play. And I remember they had a dramaturg come in and not only talk about Romania and its particular history, its particular character, but also taught the actors how to hold their cigarettes and how to sit in a particular Romanian, Eastern European way of sitting. No, your shoulder has to go over here and you have to hold it between these fingers, and all in detail, those kind of specifics. So that's one kind. And another kind is related to your question about playwriting, because when people are creating new plays, not based on old ones, well, it could be, they're writing new pieces. They often aren't trained as playwrights. they often don't even know anything about the theater. They don't have a background in that. Just like the directors who don't really have a background in directing. They just got, they got tired of auditioning as actors. So they decided one day to be directors instead. Excuse me. So then it might, the dramaturg might be, well, in my case with the Frankenstein, I was sort of divided in two different ways. I was script advisor when the first iteration of the play was being done in Europe. It was being done with an international cast. And I was just working with the script on the screen. And this needs to go here, and you need to cut this. And he was, the director was creating a kind of a collage around a certain topic. And he was drawing for everything from rock and roll lyrics to classical poetry to everything, and trying to make a story. And it was kind of a mishmash. It was like a kind of inspired mishmash, but it was kind of a mishmash. So I just worked to help him create a script. Sometimes that was reminding him of something he had said to me in a conversation that I thought was really interesting that wasn't represented in the script he was making. Or anyway, a lot of different, it could be a lot of different things. But then, I'm sorry, then we changed my title to dramaturg, because so many of the pieces that he had in the script were from the Western culture. And so he had things from The Ancient Mariner, he had things from, I can't even remember, all different kinds of things, from Chekhov, from where they were kind of, anyway, where they could be moved to have more impact or something. But there I was often explaining what the original had been trying to accomplish, and also, but also communicating with the actors. And I got to attend a couple of rehearsals when I got to China, and they were still, and they were getting ready for their performance. So that's, but again, I think, you know, when Gielgud, for example, directed his Hamlet with Richard Burton, he himself was already the longest running Hamlet in English history. And he himself had seen 11 Hamlets when he was growing up, before he played Hamlet. So, oh my God, I'm so jealous. I mean, I just love that. And so, what, you don't give John Gielgud a dramaturg, right? He's it. He's the closest you can get to just asking Shakespeare, like, what? And so in a way, I think a dramaturg is filling in for a kind of education of a theater person, which is no longer popular. Maybe it's no longer feasible, but it doesn't seem to be desirable. People don't seem to gravitate towards that. I just have to tell you, I cannot show you right now, but just over the top of my screen is a shelf that I had built for part of John Gielgud's library. When he died, his family took everything they wanted, and the rest of it went to auction. And on that acting pro discussion group that Chandra Dasan and I originally met on, somebody posted a little note, oh, Gielgud's copy of Directors on Directing is up for auction.
Wow.
And I thought, oh my God, it's already been 20 minutes. Of course, it's already gone. So I contacted the person who was auctioning, and he said, no, it's still here. And I said, okay, now it's mine. And he said, well, actually, there are some other books. And anyway, end of story. I ended up buying 76 of his books from London with every penny I had. I think I had about $7 or something after I had bought, but I can see that while I'm talking. So just a funny story. But anyway, that's to say, I think a dramaturg is in large part a creation of our current theater training landscape.
Great. So if all the questions have been covered, I think we've covered lots today, from training systems in the West and how Chandraji addressed that, we must look at the regional training systems and, learn from the roots that we come from before looking at the global systems of training and having them impact us as actors or artists, to this extensive and intensive discussion on Stanislavski and Kandinsky, then going to all the influences that both of you have had and such amazing stories that we came to hear from both of you. Also, many congratulations, Chandraji, for the completion of the thesis, of course. So that was a great news that we got. And as so I'm looking forward to my copy of it. You can tell us where can we access it. Lovely. So where can we get this, Chandraji?
We have to
You
wait
can
for.
show it to us a little closer so that the audience can see it. First, starting from the cover.
Can you read it? I think.
Yeah. Spacing the Actor, a study on modern performance theories and practices with special reference to Indian theater. That's amazing. Wonderful.
It's really funny for me to see this looking so beautiful.
Bharam, I think, yeah.
Aha, yeah. Because when I did mine I finished my thesis in 1987. That was back in the olden days when we did everything on bad photocopy machines. And so my thesis, including all the photographs, it of course was on Kandinsky's theater, including all his very theatrical looking paintings, are all in very sorry looking photocopy versions.
I'm so ecstatic to get introduced to Kandinsky by someone who's so passionate about it and about his work. So
well,
I'm
if
definitely
you
going
get
to look
interested,
it up.
yeah. I mean, I can send you the link for the Kandinsky A New series, which is it has its own index on the Scene 4 magazine site, so I can send you that. And I started it over a year ago. I think it was in April of 2019, I think. So they're all there, and the topics are all a little bit different, and you can snoop and see what's interesting.
Thank you. And also, your whole experience of Lithuania, Chandraji, thank you for sharing that. Have you seen a Lithuanian actor of a person on the street or people on the street? And then Lissa said that, yes, they don't smile. I mean, these are such important, noteworthy things that we need to really think about, because I got the same feeling in Japan. We stayed for very long, where there were actors from 9 countries. Neelamji was directing, and there were a couple of times that we did long projects in Tokyo and Kyoto, but I didn't find people smiling at all in Japan, whereas it's so beautiful, and beautiful artistic work and painting and culture and art happens there. And uh, also, I think the session gets summed up by what Lissa said, that uh, during this lockdown time, I kind of got the sense of where I am, or I'm thinking about where I am and thinking of new thoughts of what I do, what I want to do. I think that has happened to all of us, even in this crazy busy schedule that some of us are having, like Chandraji and I, and maybe even you, Lissa.
And me?
There's this certain stillness, because we are locked in, we are not in the traffic, we are not moving in the car, there's no motion, the body is not having that much mobility. So there's definitely a kind of internal pause, and this whole very strange times, it's almost like a no man's land or a no time period, as if the time has stood still. So even though our bodies and minds could be busy, but I think there's subconscious that is at a pause and very still and calmly thinking. And I feel that all of us are going to feel the effect of all this after some time, when we are out in the world and when we are addressing all the issues. We're going to feel things have changed within us, and they are also affecting our creative processes in a different way. So, yeah, thank you so much. It's been an extremely insightful and enlightening session today. I know it's been almost
O'clock.
4 hours and 41 minutes, so almost 5 hours we've
Oh
been
dear.
talking.
Oh,
And
I have
Lissa
to
had
thank you
not,
again.
has not asked for a break. You went on for 5 hours without a
Yeah,
break. And this is
I
the moment I
do.
would also like Abantik to come up
Yeah,
and, say
yeah.
thank
Say
you, so that
hello.
we can say
Yeah,
thank you and take a
yeah.
bow. I'm sure audience is grateful. We are grateful to you. Is your video working, Abanti?
Hi.
Hey, you're
Abanti,
like the morning glory.
Abanti, you're still.
Normally, Abanti after 11:30 is all in a dreamland.
No, I was listening to the entire episode and it was very insightful for me as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to all of you for your willingness to do this so late. I can only say that out of respect, I have gotten up at 6:30 in the morning in order to do this. So we're all at kind of the extremes of being able to put sentences together. So,
Yes.
but thank you so much for being willing. And I have to at first thank Chandra Dasan, because he told me, oh, no. I don't want you to talk at 6 in the morning. So that gave me the courage to hope that you would be willing to stay up. I'm very grateful. Thank you for your flexibility.
No, we are
You.
extremely
Yeah.
thankful for that, Lissa. And also, maybe, next time if we invite someone from your side of the world, we could also look at a morning schedule, but I don't know how will that work, because that will also be too early for us or something. Well, we'll figure that out. But I think today we
Yeah.
were all fine. We survived. No
Yeah,
breaks,
because
nothing.
I'm actually a night person. I was telling my son, how did I do this? Why didn't I make Chandra Dasan get up early and I would
Yes.
do the
So we can
night
try the
slot?
other way around. for another chit chat.
But it
Thank
doesn't
you,
matter.
Chandra
It
Dasan
doesn't.
ji. Thank you, Lissa. And thank you, our audience who've stepped in and out now and then. But the recording is there. It's going to be on Facebook and soon it will be on YouTube. So you can have a look at it and you'll find loads of very pertinent information. So thank you, Abanti, for being
To
there.
everyone.
And good night. Take care of yourselves. Times are
Thank
still
you.
not good. Second wave is just finishing, and we are already hearing of the third wave. So even if the lockdowns open up, do not become rash and do not go into crowds. Um, do not make big get-togethers. Take care of yourself and your loved ones. See you
Yeah, I
soon.
agree. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Good night and
Dasan, I
good
love
day
you.
to California.
Yeah,
And thank you, Raman, and the whole team for
yeah,
putting that and making me and Lisa seeing each other and talking after a
yeah. Thank you
time.
so much.
Thank you,
And
Chandraji. I must say that, your session and Bhai Baldeep Singh ji's session, these have actually played an important part in inspiring me. I've been wanting to do this since last year, but I'm glad it's happening now because now things have changed. We've lived this year. So it's only interesting that after 1 year, we are asking these questions to ourselves and we are. So thank you for inspiring. Thank you so much.
yeah, and for me, I feel like it's been really a fantastic opportunity to put my finger on how I have loved Chandra Dasan for so many years because we've just done all these things, working together, writing together. If I gave a workshop, he translated for me. He was an incredible translator, letting me edit his work. We've just done so many things together, but we've never actually articulated how extraordinary it is that we found each other. And I feel after this time more grounded in this friendship than I already did. It's just, and of course, as I said, meeting you and, I hope there's much, 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 much more, Ramanjit. I hope there's much, much more.
I'm sure this is just the beginning. Thank
Yeah.
you for expressing that. Well, good night, everyone. Thank you so much. Logging out now and take care
Thank
of
you.
yourself.